All right. We've already got action in the chat here. So sorry for being late. You didn't miss it. Who? Ben.
Some nobody.
Ben. So let's introduce ourselves really quickly. We'll start on that end of the table.
I'm Ben.
Very same.
the one, the only.
All right. I'll go ahead and mute that crap.
I'm Lane.
I'm Tyler.
Guess that's
And I'm John. Back for another week of Spiel des Jahres nonsense.
John, you're on all these videos, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you watch it.
should give somebody else a chance.
Stop hogging the limelight.
Okay. As if you don't get paid $50 to do each stream.
Wait, you gave me $50? I didn't know that.
Special thanks to our Patreon.
Match 7. Who would have thought we'd be here? Do you know?
It's happening.
It's happening.
Not Ben, apparently in the comment section.
I had my
He
doubts.
doubted.
Tonight we've got... we flip-flop. This is the first one we're flip-flopping. The year order... Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, 1 in 85, and then Top Secret Spies, also known as Heimlich Co, is the original title. I think there have been English... No, this is an English version that goes by that name, an English edition that goes by that name as well. It won in 86, but we're going to do it first just for practical reasons this evening. And where does this line up in the bracket? We're on match 7, which zoomed in. The winner of this game will go on to face Pictures. Although this is the first evening where we will be introducing a policy, I don't know, rules of...
I can just tell, it was because of Nate, huh? The policy had to be implemented because of Nate.
No, because Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective contains spoilers, we wanted to include it in the series because it was a winner, but we don't want to play through all the spoilers on stream. So Top Secret Spies will automatically be advancing, as opposed to having, the voting
We'll still
system.
have a round table, though, right?
Oh, yeah, and we still will discuss
Which
Sherlock
one
Holmes.
we-
Maybe we'll do a fake vote. And then in terms of record keeping, Top Secret Spies will advance with a record of 0-0. Anyway, so match 22, Top Secret Spies will be playing Pictures, which works out nicely because they're both best at 5, at least in my opinion. So that will work out nicely. So let's go ahead and dig into Top Secret Spies. I'll do a quick teach. So I guess before the teach, a little geeking out here. This game is... I knew it was famous for one thing, but apparently it's famous for being the first in 2 ways. This is a Wolfgang Kramer design, and we'll be running into... Well, we already have run into Tikal and Taurus that he was a co-designer on. We'll also see him in El Grande. But this was the first game... apparently, I'm not a historian, but from what I've heard, that had the score track that goes around the board, and called the Kramerleiste, or the Kramer track, and I think is how it's known in German. So that's kind of cool. What I recently learned is that this is either one of the first or the first to use what we now know as meeples. And
What does the rule book refer to these as?
Figures.
Crommermen.
And these meeples, I mean, if you can even call them that, are awesome. They're probably one of my favorite pieces in all of gaming. They're just like, you hear people talking about, like, I love the chunky pieces, or the chunky dice or whatever.
These are the definition of chunky.
Yeah. So I think just a wooden figure, very vaguely in the shape, two-dimensional representation of a person.
Meeple.
Yeah, it's not the Carcassonne meeple that has become kind of that symbol, but for that category of component, apparently this is the first, or at least one of the first. So with that out of the way now, we are spies looking for the secret documents, and trying to get the secret documents before the others, I guess. The theme doesn't really play into it a whole lot. But what's cool is there are only 4 of us, but there are 6 spy figures, and we will randomly be assigned a color that will be kept secret, and then there will be 2 bogeys, running around as well. And on your turn, you're going to roll the die, and that's how many movement points, I guess we'll call them, you have to move any piece that you want. Thus, you can advance yourself, but also keep your identity hidden. So if I do have those 6 movement points, and this is the start location, this church location, and we're moving around these 12 spaces here on the board. Say I'm yellow. I could, go 1, 2, and that's too obvious, so we'll also move purple 3, 4, 5, and maybe we'll double think, and we'll move red forward. I have no idea who purple and red are, but I don't want to make it so obvious that I'm yellow. And there's a reason why you want to be in certain places on the board. When a tally happens, the tally, it's so dramatic the way the rule book lines it out, which will be when someone ends their movement on wherever this safe is. When someone ends a pawn's movement on that, a tally will happen. And then all the pawns will score points according to which building they're in. So if you're in this house, you'll get 10 points, or whichever color it is. Exactly. We'll use the Crommerleiste for that. So all of them have numbers except for the church, which is a 0. And then the ruins is between the number 10 building and the church. And that's a -3.
They just decide not to print that on the board?
Yeah. Lane and I actually have been talking for a while about doing
a retheme of it.
Yeah, designing our own board. This one has lots of charm, for sure, but I think there are some other fun things that we could do with it. Anyway, so all 6 pawns will be scored when that happens, and then whoever placed that person there will then find a new place to put the safe, and they can put it anywhere they want.
Unoccupied.
An unoccupied spot.
Can you put it on the graveyard place?
You can. You can.
Question. So if you had that 6 movement, and your first of those was to move one person 1 spot, does it happen immediately, or is it at the end of you concluding all movement points?
You could have moved them last.
Okay.
So, I guess what I'm saying is, if you do that, we'll all just know, well, you could have done that last.
Yeah.
And so,
because the scoring takes place after, like, at the end of your turn.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like, you do use up all your movement I think it's pretty much all a single continuous
But,
thing. You couldn't
yeah.
with your first movement go here,
Trigger it. Well,
Trigger
these
it,
are all down here.
and then
Right.
move
You'd
these
have to
later.
move those.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That happen at the end of all your movement points.
Exactly. Yep. Okay. Couple other little wrinkles. So we've all got pen and paper. We're going to be writing down notes as to what we're observing other people doing, and trying to figure out who is who.
Does it mention that in the rules, or is this just like a John's?
No, this
fun
is
quirky-
the advanced version. It's not advanced. If you play this game, just do this. As soon as a pawn, or as soon as a score marker has passed or gotten to space 29, just this corner here, or further, we do a quick pause. And we write down our final guesses for who we think is which color. And we don't worry about the NPCs. But at the end of the game, which will be triggered once a scoring disc gets to space 42, that corner, then we will add to each pawn or each scoring disc's final spot. You get 5 points for each person that you guessed correctly. So we each have 3 real life opponents, so you could max out at 15 additional points.
So you don't get points for guessing the NPCs. I don't remember.
Well,
I think.
it's more or less deduced. If you get
Yeah.
all 3 other people, then you've gotten those right as well.
Yeah.
Let me double check.
Yeah. I can't remember.
The secret agent dossier.
Sorry to slow us down.
You just gotta make small talk. while he's doing that.
I think now's the perfect time to plug our Patreon. This is Board Game Frenemies .com/Patreon. I have never played without pen and paper. I feel like that's half the fun, is tracking people and trying to see if you can figure out what they're doing.
Well, I have
And
paper
why.
but no pen. So
Okay.
That was intentional.
Yeah.
I feel strongly disadvantaged.
So
They're definitely. I think you got a pen.
here's how it words it in the rule book. When any agent earns or exceeds 29 points, all players write down their hunches, noting which agents belong to which players and which agents are uncommitted. And then ... Every player is awarded 5 points for each correct guess, other than his or her own. So, I guess it would be
Including the unused agents. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you say whatever, yellow unused,
Right.
red unused, and for each one you're correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. We will play that way. So 25 points would be max points
on your
from
lap.
that. Any questions? I think
So-
that's
Just so I'm clear,
Yeah.
if I roll a 5, I have to move 5 spaces, so I have to move a total of 5 between all the pieces.
yes,
Like I can't just stop at 4.
correct. Which, thank you for asking that. If you roll a 1, there's an inherent disadvantage to that. And I think this is a rule that's found in other editions of the game. It's not in this edition of the game, but there are other editions where if you roll a 1, you can choose up to 6 spaces, up to 6 movement points.
So you basically choose the face value of the dice.
Yep. And for tonight, we'll play. You could pick 1 through 6. Okay, so I've shuffled this. Do you want to cut that? And well done. Let me uncut it. All right, just kidding. All right. So,
Would it be interesting to show these to the viewers or have them play along?
what if half of us showed?
Hmm.
Right, so then they can have the perspective of both knowing something but also not knowing.
It's not a bad idea.
Okay.
Let's see, Tyler and Ben,
Alright, so,
and Lane and I will
Okay.
not look.
You show first, Tyler.
oh, okay. I am that color.
Duh. Cool.
Wait for the stream to do. Okay, I'll close mine.
Oh yeah, we can't. We can't watch the delayed stream feed either.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Ben, you showed yours.
I showed mine, but you might want to wait
Okay.
a second.
One note: I played this with a group, not realizing that there was someone in the group who was colorblind, and they thought they were a different color than they were. And
rough.
this game being of the age that it is, does nothing to address
Can I open
those. Yeah, I think so. Those accessibility concerns.
Yeah.
And so, just a note that if you're playing with people who are colorblind, I'm sure there's a way that you could figure out how to mark the pieces, etc. But just something to be aware of.
I also played one time where a person thought they were red when they were orange because the red and the orange look
Oh,
very similar on the
on
card.
the card.
Yeah. Double check your color. But
Is anyone here orange or red? All right.
okay, let's do this.
First player.
Beautiful. Oh, love to see it. That's game.
Hope you roll 2. It's only slightly.
Oh, I need to roll this onto the board.
I'll
That's
grab
my
the
bad.
dice tray. No, I won't.
Alrighty.
Lane's green.
I knew it.
Okay.
See,
My turn.
Yep.
Your turn.
I'm going to be less inclined to take notes.
Yeah?
I think that it's the memory aspect, I feel, is lost.
Okay.
The memory.
Do you think you'll get a better hunch just by taking away impressions rather than recording?
No.
Okay.
I feel like it's more of a challenge. And I like to challenge.
Oh,
myself.
so you're really okay.
It's actually an excuse when I
We're a
lose
bunch of
horribly.
dummies.
Yeah. Well, I was playing on hard mode. It's the old tapestry. You know, my
Yeah.
faction is very difficult, right? It's a shout out to one of our listeners.
Potential listeners.
Theoretical.
All right. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait. 1.
5.
I did 5. No, I didn't 5.
You
Do
did
5. Yes, well, that's all I wanted to do. You're welcome, Orange.
Of course. Fantastic. Well, don't want someone to score nothing. That would be very rude.
This game is all about being polite.
Oh, I gotta roll it on the board. There
And
we
he
go.
just chucks the die on the floor. See what you did there.
Ooh. So now I get a pick.
Choose whatever you want.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6. Yeah, that was a 6. I should have said I picked 6. As
No,
my
no.
guess.
You're
I
good.
should have said that.
I
You're
choose
good.
3.
Okay, so if Ben, if you could move blue and purple forward 7, and red and green forward 5, and yellow and orange. Oh, I meant to be dramatic, like the tally.
The tally.
All right, so that has been done.
The tally. I got
That's
you.
good. That's
Thank
good.
you.
And then you can move the safe.
To any unoccupied place. It could even be the 8, if I'm not mistaken, right? Could be 1 further.
Mm-hmm.
Can it be this space?
I think so.
Just do there.
If not, one of the 9 subscribers will comment in the YouTube section.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
Another one.
Whale. Let's see. Let's get some drama going.
No,
Drama.
my pair.
4.
Ooh.
I think that will cause some action to be taken.
Interesting.
I was just gonna carry
3,
them.
4.
What was your number
Oh,
you chose?
5. Oh. Hmm. Okay. 6. Okay, that's my turn. Four, 4, 4. Oh. Oh. I will never get that into my brain.
Go 1, 2, 3.
Hey, my buddy's just.
And because yellow should be.
Okay.
Mm. They're all pretty spread out here. Interesting. One, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, you got one more.
I
Sorry.
got one more. Yep, sorry. I was just thinking.
How simple this is.
Yeah,
Sure,
there's.
there's a lot of thinking going
Mhm.
on.
Uh-huh. Feel bad for whoever is blue and purple.
The tally.
The tally.
Now, does passing the vault still count it, or do you have to end on it?
You can pass it.
Yeah, you can pass it.
So just ending it on.
So if you try to save them from losing 3 points,
Yep.
it's oddly suspicious of you. Oddly suspicious of you.
All right. Okay.
And then the envelope one. And then yellow up 4.
These both 6. Go to 11.
And then orange is 3.
Okay. Was that all the pieces?
Let's do that. That's a great idea.
So then the safe somewhere.
And it has to change position?
Yep, has to move.
Yep, into an unoccupied spot. Hey!
Ooh.
That's very fun. Oh!
You've rolled a 6 again.
Mm-hmm. Ah, I think I know how to get some information. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Not wanting to give up information.
I refuse. My color is between me and the viewers.
So you and no one got it?
Well, okay.
Best kept secret?
Okay.
I feel like in any other game I roll one every turn. The one game that one is good,
Yeah,
I haven't rolled it.
yeah. I guess though, like cards, aces high.
You ever play a dice game where ones are high?
Yeah.
2 through 1.
Oh.
That's all the movement, right?
So it's on 3.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, a dry spell here. Big drama. All right, Ben's turn.
Uber drama.
What? Dang it! What is it?
The tally.
The tally.
No one's reaching the tally right now.
The tally.
Oh,
There we go.
Wow.
Got a bunch of
Purple's feeling a little low right now.
purple is on.
Poor purple. On the 6 when everyone else is on the 7.
I mean, I can't not.
Yeah.
And now the question is, who else moves?
These spies are really good at their job.
do you think they notice each other in the same house, or
None of them have
Oh my
any
gosh, you're in
idea.
here too.
Any idea that
They're
the
all
other
sneaky.
5 are also in that house. Yes. I understand.
You know what's funny is, what I love is, it's like there's 2 people who's like, and it doesn't matter if they get points, right?
Right,
like
right.
there's 2 different
4, okay.
colors that are not even in.
Okay. Tyler, you like it when purple and blue stay together, right?
he doesn't not
Do you-
like it?
Do you want them to both go in the ruins together?
I have a feeling there's one of those 2 that he doesn't want to go to the ruins, and one of them that he couldn't care less.
No, I'm actually one of the other cons.
Trust me.
It's a long con.
Yeah, I'm not sure which it is. But whatever, if they don't go togetver, whichever
Everything on.
whichever one doesn't get the -3 gets 9 or 10 points.
Whichever one doesn't get the -3, I'll do like a Napoleon. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, John, orange, red, yellow, or green confirmed, I guess.
Sounds like.
Which is the NPC is the question.
I feel bad.
And if you think these turns are long, just wait till you see us play Gaia Project.
Is that one that spills your
But I gotta do
No, just
that.
kidding.
I gotta do that. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then
7 to this. 8 to green.
which one is the orange on? Okay. And then let's see.
So, the first time I played this game, we were playing with the gray meeple as well. It was in play.
Okay, we're
And I
gonna
realized
distance it a bit.
I realized at the very end of the game that I had been writing G to make things faster, and I had no idea if I was referring to the green meeple or to the gray meeple.
The next time I played, I put GR.
GR, yeah. You landed it right in the pool, or did you put it there?
No, that was a fantastic,
Beautiful
fantastic roll.
roll. Right in the water.
Dare you to roll that into the pool.
Wow,
I've only rolled 2s and 3s this entire game.
Can we call them Hans and Franz from now on?
The blue and the purple. I like that.
Or Hans and Gluck.
Yeah. That would work.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6.
What a guy.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Where's the best spot for that?
Yeah, that's great. These twos, huh? Ah.
You should get better at the game if you keep rolling 2s. Just a little practice, I think, would go a long way. Oh, he wants us to score.
You would. Oh, this is stressful.
All right. What up? There's your cue, Lane. What are we doing now? What event has arrived?
The Reckoning.
Okay. So these go back 3. 1, 2, 3.
Wait, why does the reckoning happen? Or the tally?
The tally. Because this.
Because you landed.
Did you want that to happen?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Oh.
The tally.
All right,
No,
so
it wasn't the right.
I thought
I was
it
just
would've-
joking.
blue doesn't move.
Point.
Yellow goes 10 up to 23. Orange 9 up to 20.
What have you done so far? Did you do purple?
Purple isn't it?
Nope, that's the only one I haven't done.
Purple's 5, and then blue's 0. We
Yep.
did those negatives.
Yep, great.
Okay.
Okay.
Where do you want the safe to move to?
You have had all 1s or 6s, I feel like.
It has felt like that, to be honest.
Rolled so many 1s and 6s.
And a reminder, the leading player is at 23. At 29 is when the we take our quick break to write down our final guesses.
That was
This game is
3,
brilliant.
4, 5, 6.
Mm.
All right. So blue gets
Is that only
2.
5?
I thought that was 6. Was that
Okay.
5?
I think that was 6. Because it was 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, maybe it was. Yeah. Ooh. All right. So I haven't done this yet. Blue got 2. Red gets 1. Green 1, 2, 3 negative.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Purple gets 10, and that is it, right? Okay.
Look at that. All right, and then the safe goes there. Okay,
Is that a 6? Yeah, it's a 6.
6. Here we go. 3. I wish it was a 4.
You're getting better though.
1, 2, 3.
Too tall and chunky for them.
How dare you talk about Crammer meeples like that? Or Crammerman. Crammerman.
Sounds like some Swedish folk tale that you'd tell to scare children into.
The Crammerman.
The Crammerman will get you.
Here comes a little Crammerman. That's 1.
Children who don't eat their vegetables.
2.
Huh. One, 2, 3. Hey.
Give her a 1 or a 6. Praying to the Crammerman. It's a very lively stream.
Yeah, we're also thinking. We're not even talking. This is like a.
This is like worse than Azul.
All right, we'll go.
Okay, we're gonna start. I'm gonna start saying all of my strategy out loud. Here we go.
It's like you
1,
can't
2,
talk out loud in this.
3, 4, 5, 6.
So because John moved the blue one onto the safe, I have 100% certainty that John is blue.
Okay, yellow goes back 3. 1, 2, 3.
100% certainty, you say?
3 for orange and green. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Red goes
2.
2.
Purple is 1.
Okay.
Look at that. Close little
And
match.
this. Ben. Our number one commenter for the night.
Both on stream and off. Let's see.
I think that this game is always such a great thing to pull out with people who are non-gamers because it's very easy to tell somebody like care about yourself and also alive just a little bit.
Right.
And I feel like that's very easy for newcomers to pick up real quick. You know?
Right. Okay, that is a tally. Purple went 1, blue goes.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, so purple and blue have been taken care of. Yellow has been taken care of. Red, 1, 2, and then orange and green 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Did you move it?
Oh, not.
Move ye old safe.
Ye old safe is going to ye old 3.
Curious.
I
Got it
got
again,
another
baby. Let's see here.
I feel like it'd be cool if you had like those like war like pushers that you use to like move
Oh
ships
yeah,
around.
right,
So we all
right,
could just sit back
right.
and
That would
slay
be
the
great
pieces.
4,
to play Top Secret
5.
Spies.
Shuffle them around.
No.
Three.
Mm-hmm. One, two, three. All right, nice.
Oh, nice shot. Coconut it.
Crokinole.
He's played lots of Ice Cool.
I was actually gonna say I didn't crokinole that. I ice cooled that.
4.
Coconut's the OG.
Crokinole is the OG.
Flicking
OG.
game.
That is something.
A lot of crock. That's what it is.
You know, I was a top secret spy once.
You don't say that.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Okay, it's not my top.
SPY is what he was referring to. Spicy. All right, everybody, that's it for me.
It's not my top 10 favorite movies, but Johnny English.
Oh yeah.
1, 2, 3,
I
4.
got a kick out of it as a kid.
Whoop.
5.
Five.
Oodalolly.
Oodle Wally.
Ooh, da lolly.
Okay, let's go just in this direction. So orange, purple, green, 5.
Ooh, we're gonna be guessing.
3, 4, 5. Red, 4. And these guys, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we take a quick break to write down our final guesses.
Hmm.
And I guess your NPCs too.
I gotta read my notes here for a sec.
Yeah.
Can we lose if an NPC wins? Or is it like the highest score amongst us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That would be funny.
It's like,
It's
we all
actually
lose.
interesting. Gosh dang.
That'd be an interesting like
Semi-cooperative at that
fifth
point.
player
Uh-huh.
is they don't know who anyone is. Their goal is just to get an NPC to win.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That
in our
could be
retheme,
really interesting.
In our retheme,
Ooh, add that as a variant.
you will have to divorce yourself from the idea of the My Little Pony retheme, but like, I know you've been like really pushing for
Because
that.
Stone already did that with
Uh-huh, yeah.
My Little Say. Otherwise, it'd be fair game.
My Little Spy.
Oh man.
Who stole the cookie from the cookie jar? And then I'm moving this.
Yeah.
I haven't made my guesses yet.
Make your guess. Make peace with it.
Ooh. I guess that's true. He should place that before we make our guesses. It could have implications.
Yeah, let me see. I gotta make my guess here. I'm
yes,
sorry.
you do.
Okay.
Do
The last two things confused me. Now I'm. All right. I'm just gonna go. Gosh dang. Okay.
Do you feel confident in your guesses?
Sure. I think you were the one I struggled the most with.
People do struggle with me.
It's constant
This is
struggle.
agonizing, actually.
Wait, I'm gonna turn on a timer.
Okay. Deal.
1 second.
Done. Okay. My turn.
All right, home stretch. So we can no longer. You could still make notes, like if you wanted to.
It is irrelevant, though.
Well, but you could still know where to position people leading up to a tally.
I see. Uh-huh.
But you cannot
what?
change your a tally. But you can't change your end
guesses.
game guesses. Yeah. Are you kidding me?
We know who we're both not. Who's green? Dang it.
That's that.
I'm doing
That's that.
I'm doing it. Whatever.
Okay, let's work front to back. 8 for purple at 35. 6 for green at 30. Orange, or sorry,
Red. 6 for red. Uh-huh. And then 5 for green.
Why are you so focused on red?
5,
Except
35.
green. That's a good question.
21. And then
Got red on
3
mine?
for these
No.
guys. 1, 2, 3. All right, and where does the safe go?
Safe will go. Oh, crazy.
Bonkers.
So blue gets 9, which is 32.
2.
Purple gets 8. Game is over.
Yeah, 6
Yellow
for
gets 3.
6 for red. There. green gets 5. And orange gets 5.
All right.
Okay, how do we want to... let's reveal the NPCs first.
Okay.
So, the NPCs... or should we... Let's name a person.
And we'll
Ben.
go around and say who we think it is.
Yeah, so Ben, I thought you were yellow.
I also thought you were yellow.
I thought Ben was orange.
And Ben was...
Orange.
Oh!
Last second I switched it. That was the one I was debating on.
Tyler. So you get 5 for that.
So just keep track.
Keep track of your points.
Yeah. All right, Lane. I had you as red.
Yes, same.
Same.
You were.
Purple.
No, well, that at the very end there.
Yeah,
that was
very end, it was all-
impressive,
Yeah.
Lane. Wow, wow, wow. So no one got points for that. Tyler, I had you as purple, which you're obviously not.
I had you as blue.
purple as well.
I have you as blue.
Well, because you were purple.
5 points for Lane. What'd you guys have me as?
Green.
Green, yeah.
Yeah, green.
I was green. Wow.
So the other NPC was red.
So red and yellow. Wow, I didn't get any bonus points. Did you get everyone?
I got
Except me.
the one that I was sitting here and Ben said he was going to put me on a timer. I ended up going Ben, yellow, and that orange, and I was debating between the two. I almost
so you
got
flip flopped them.
Yeah,
So
I
you got
yep. So I got 15.
You got 15,
I got 15.
and you were
Blue.
blue.
What was it? 30. 32?
32. Yeah, once you get to the corner.
47. Yeah,
so
one.
5.
Yeah, it's a little.
41. This is now 43.
Oh, you're right.
So it goes back one?
44, 45,
I think
46,
you should
47.
be at 40. Yeah.
Oh, which means I should also be. No, because I was here and I got 15.
Yeah,
I was
yep.
wasn't even counting from
Yep.
that. So.
And
then-
2, 3, and then 12 more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh man.
So Lane
I
also
got-
got the most like incorrect votes attributed to him. Is that-
Yeah, because we
Yeah.
all thought,
You all got it incorrect.
Because you were helping him the entire time.
I got lucky.
wow.
But I also tried to play it to make it seem like purple was an NPC from the beginning, and luckily Tyler latched onto it.
Yeah.
More so than I anticipated, but it
Yeah.
still worked out.
Well,
well.
like
Yeah.
from turn 1, I said blue and purple were
Yeah.
gone the whole way.
Yeah.
But
Dang. Well, I was the big loser. I thought I was doing all right, but
I'm a little offended you guys thought I was yellow when yellow was in last place.
I actually did.
you weren't offended. You purposely made it look like you were yellow.
Like I was doing bad?
No,
You
that
kept-
was
you
actually
kept
the
moving
most
yellow.
convincing thing. That was actually that I almost went back on. Had I sat and thought through that, I need more notes.
If I was in last place, I would have tried a lot harder
Yeah.
to score points for yellow.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. And I almost did switch them, but because I thought you were yellow for a while, but then there was 2 scorings that you were okay with, that yellow was pretty far behind. That I was like, oh wait, shoot, and then I just undervalued those in my guess for some reason. But
well done, Lane.
thank you. It's still actually pretty close.
Yeah, definitely.
That's
Definitely.
not super
I was
close.
worried that this might be red. You said that, I was like, wait. Is that red or orange?
Okay, so that's 42 plus 16, 58.
The Cromer wheel got fixed and improved with time.
So 58, 55, 47. Cool.
And most score tracks, it's the number you care about. This, it's like, just put that in the corner.
Yeah.
I want to see a nice big cobblestone.
Yeah.
That's what we
I know,
really
it's
want to see.
teeny tiny. Well, it's so funny that it ends at 42, so this is a 1, but it's 43. To like not be on the system of tens is
And just
funny.
in case you forget which direction you're going once you hit here, it's like, don't forget, you're going that way.
It ensures that you keep the correct direction, but not the correct numbers.
We're going to do another thing we haven't done before for all you following along. Tyler's headed out. He's not going to do the second game. So before you leave, wanted to see what your thoughts were. Normally, we would save the rehash till the very end, but what were your thoughts on?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm a bad representative of these kinds of games because they're not really my thing. Anytime you kind of have like this secret Hitler slash like kind of
Oh, you only got 2 right?
I don't know, like detective type things going on, it's not really my mechanic.
Yeah.
But like the game's quick enough, and I feel like there's enough opportunity to, because like there was a lot of times that I wasn't thinking about like, I could have just moved this guy forward to trigger a tally, even though he has nothing to do with any of my strategy. And I didn't, but then once I realized those mechanics were there, then I'm like, oh, there's a lot of different ways that you can move the pieces.
Yeah.
But
Do you think you would enjoy a second play more? Or do you think you know what it is and
Yeah.
it's just not your thing?
yeah, it's not really my thing, so I don't know that I would play it again.
Yeah.
But
I think it's important to note that Ben cheated and moved his thing back to 5.
I was hoping to catch
Just
you
want to
with
make sure
5
that
extra points, but
that all
they
the
weren't enough.
viewers don't let that just slide under.
Yeah. If he ever
I went from
Post in
second
the
to
comments.
second, okay?
if he ever puts anything in the comments, just disregard
ignore
it. Yeah.
It's a fair assessment.
So rather being 42 plus 13, he was actually 42 plus 8.
I do love how 42 is the reference.
Me too.
point.
Maybe it's all actually
Like, did
about.
they just like
um,
start going around and they like realized when they got, oh crap, like
It's like this is like early days of illustrations. Like I'm not about to redraw it. Like this is not in a computer. Yeah, I'm not about. I didn't map this out for nothing.
You have 2 choices. You can pay me and I walk away.
Yeah.
Or you can pay me, I walk away, and you'd have someone else do it. All right.
Isn't
we will-
42 the meaning of life, though, according to
Yeah.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
All right, we're going to take a quick pause and set up the other game. Hang on tight. All right. And, oh, wow, this is not
They can see the numbers on these, right?
Damfros. Damfros. What happened there? Okay. Ben, do you want to tell us,
Little something about something.
yeah.
And something about something, you mean the rules about the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. It won the SdJs in 1985.
Six.
Five.
Five. Yeah, because we did it
First.
backwards.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which I find a shock because this game, I feel like, could do very well today, and that's evidence because it's being re-released today. But anyways, this is a cooperative game where players are working together to solve a series of mysteries within the Sherlock Holmes universe. So I believe that this one has been re-released and it's got now, I think it had and still does, 10 cases. They are spoilers. Once you play through it, you'll see the answers. There's no real way to unsee those. So after some discussion here, we have decided that we are going to jump to case number... Do we even want to tell them which case it is? Maybe not saying which number it is will lead them more. We won't tell you which case it is. We are not playing the first case because we want you to go out and get that one and try it yourself. And I think it's more meant to be an introductory case, so we won't deprive any of our viewers from that. But anyways, this is a case that none of us have played, so that's exciting. To play the game, you have here a map of London with lots and lots of streets and numbers and places marked out. And that's going to be used within the case to dictate where and what we look at. Also included for each case.
I'm sorry. It wasn't reading correctly, and so now we'll just get
Is that
a little bit
live on?
Yeah, very professional.
It's doing it.
Beautiful.
We'll get a little
Well, hopefully our viewer Ben doesn't comment about this.
Oh, he'll have lots to say about this in professionalism, unprofessional. As you can tell, he doesn't care. So, with each case, you'll use this map with the
Sorry.
designated locations.
I just find that amusing.
A London directory, which is going to
The
have...
phone book.
Yes, the phone book. Different passages listed in here based on the locations you may or may not decide to visit
Holy cow.
per the map and names of people and different stuff like that. You will have a newspaper which may or may not have stuff pertaining to said case. And then I believe in the rulebook it states that previous scenarios newspapers might be important in solving current ones. And so we have the ones from previous cases set off aside. And then you have the actual case book for the scenario, wherein you'll do lots and lots of reading as you go and question individuals and try and solve the case. And at the end, basically, you will try and guess or answer. It's going to feel like a guess. But at any point during the case, you can say, we're done. And then you will answer some questions. And assuming you get those right, you get points. And then Sherlock Holmes will walk you through what he did and how he solved it and his answers. You'll compare yours to his, score your points. And then you're going to look at how many leads you followed, basically people you talked to, places you visited. And you're going to compare what you had to do to solve it compared to Sherlock Holmes. And you want to do it with less, basically, time. And if you do, you score extra points. If you don't, if you took more time, visited, and talked to more people, then you will score less points because of that. And you're not going to beat Sherlock Holmes because he's a genius and you're not. I don't know you.
Yeah, I think it's awesome, to be honest. Like, the theme of it is just, like, true to the nature of the source material. It's like, there's no way you can reach the same conclusions that he does. And the game, when you do final scoring, that's the message, is you can't beat Sherlock Holmes.
But we're going to try our darndest.
Yeah, we are going to try our darndest. That's not to say we won't try. We will try, but it's mostly just for the experience of doing it. Grab a piece of paper for notes that we can take as we run into...
My handwriting is illegible, so I'll let someone else take notes.
Lane it is.
All right.
Before
I'll be sure as a follow-up to just say G or G.
Just use the first initial for every person.
For every person. GC was at MC with DD.
we're definitely going to lose.
Sherlock's got
Oh, don't worry, I put GR on this one so that we knew the difference between Gray and Grant.
See, Sherlock gets Watson, we get Lane. How is that fair?
Maybe read the name of the case, not necessarily the number. But...
Yeah, the case that we are pursuing is the mystified murderess. I didn't know murderess was a word, but
I didn't know it was
it is.
genderized either.
Shall we begin?
Let's do it.
Okay, I'll read the intro and then we'll take off. At 221B Baker Street, we find Holmes just as Dr. Watson's note has described him, listless, unresponsive, oblivious to all around him. He has not resorted to the needle as yet, whispers Watson. My plan may keep him from it, indicating the newspaper clippings in his hand. A tightrope walker at the Royal Italian Circus fell to his death. Foul play suspected. What do you think, Holmes? No answer. Society burglar strikes again. A series of burglaries. 6 such over the period of June 2nd to June 17th. On July 1st, the 7th occurred at the home of Sir Sanford Leeds. As in the others, no sign of extensive search by the thief, and only one piece of jewelry involved. Victims elsewhere at the time. Here's a list of the particulars, Holmes, if you'd care to read it. Silence. Ah, here's a puzzle. A hansom picked up a fare at its regular stand. The passenger spoke up when he realized that they were heading in the wrong direction, but got no answer. Oh my, the cabbie was dead, still sitting upright in his seat, a knife in his back. A bobby managed to halt the vehicle. Around the cabbie's neck was a pouch containing 30 Roman coins, denarii. The stupid fools, exclaims Holmes. If they had allowed the horse to proceed, it would have led them to the scene of the crime. Let me see that, Watson. Watson hands him the clipping and casts a self-satisfied smile in our direction. As Holmes, his enthusiasm restored, occupies himself with the clipping, the doorbell rings. I beg you for your help, Mr. Holmes, entreats a tall, bespectacled man, identifying himself as Gerald Locke. 3 days ago, Guy Clarendon was found murdered at Halliday's. It's preposterous, but Miss Frances Nolan has been charged and is being detained at Old Bailey. It was just about to bring the matter to your attention, Holmes, says Watson, waving another clipping. I cannot believe that she is capable of murder, even of such a scoundrel as Guy Clarendon. Scoundrel, asked Watson. I've only heard very good things about the young Clarendon, scion of a wealthy family, an accomplished batsman for the West London Cricketers, a ranked fencer in international competition. He was a bounder, very fond of cards, a strong drink, and he associated with some other rather low East End types. His father had all but disinherited him. I tried to warn Frances that he was only after her money, but to no avail. Frances and Loretta Nolan, says Holmes, suddenly stirring to life, the surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company. Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were killed when an avowed anarchist, one Zagreb Joblinski, threw a bomb into their carriage, mistakenly thinking it carried the Duke of York. Loretta Nolan, aged 4 or 5 at the time, was also in the carriage. Miraculously, she was uninjured. Yes, the gory details of the assassination, as well as those of the disposition of a considerable estate, were all documented in the newspapers. Mr. Locke, you are the suitor for Miss Nolan's hand, are you not? Yes, he admits. Why was Miss Nolan charged with the murder? Ah, well, Locke hesitates. He seems very uncomfortable and removes his spectacles, wiping them as a cover for his distress. Finally, in a low, resigned voice, he answers, she was discovered over the body with a pistol in her hand. Holmes nods, takes up a clipping of the cabbie's death again, and turns a deaf ear to Locke's renewed protestations of Miss Nolan's innocence. I'm sorry, Mr. Locke, he says, finally cutting him off, but I cannot personally take your case. Another very pressing matter has come to my attention. He goes to retrieve his hat, adding, you can rest assured, however, that I could not leave you in better hands. And then he is gone. Well, Mr. Locke, sputters Dr. Watson, you must excuse, that is, as Holmes suggested, we will spare no pains to get at the truth. You have nothing to worry about. I'm sure I don't, says Locke, sounding rather unconvinced.
Are we the people who Holmes is leaving it to, or is
Yes.
Watson? Oh, okay.
No,
So
we are.
we're in this.
We are in
We're
this.
role playing this.
We were in the room.
With
We're
yes.
in, okay.
This is the room.
This is the room. Crazy.
Sherlock Holmes just stormed out with,
Well, if he trusts us, then I mean,
by all means.
I think we're good. In fact, no need for endgame scoring either, because he trusts that we've done it.
I
correctly.
thing is
love
that-
this game.
He has entrusted the case to us, yet he's still going to solve it
Yeah,
and figure it
exactly.
out before we do.
Okay, so what do actions consist of? Reading from the book, reading the newspaper. Is it just kind of we just do this? There's no turn order, right? It's just kind of like we go, we follow.
So there's different areas in here. Southeast area with these different codes, 15, 16, 21, 24. So, yeah, we go and visit numbers and...
Okay.
Should we pull out
So-
some notable names from that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
And we
then
can start looking them up in the directory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I'll browse the newspaper,
Yeah,
see if there's
peruse
anything
that.
of interest.
Maybe, or also write these down. So,
I forgot
do
I
we
am.
care at all about some of these other crimes that have happened from these other clippings, or should we just ignore those?
I think for now, let's ignore them.
Okay. So we have Guy Clarendon
Guy Clarendon.
was found murdered.
How do you spell it?
Guy Clarendon, Clare, Clarenndon.
And he lived at 31 Southwest. And we can use this information
Yeah.
without counting it as leads.
Right. Until we go to it in the book, and
Yeah. So
he was murdered at Halliday's. I don't know if that.
Halliday's. Halliday's Private Hotel. 15 Southwest. So that's not too far from his.
So write down for Guy Clarendon. What was the number?
15 Southwest.
Yeah.
Guy Clarendon was 31 Southwest. Halliday's was 15 Southwest.
Okay. 31.
Mm-hmm. So not how close are they?
Is there any sort of like time between where you go from one place to the next, or no?
I'm having a hard time remembering if that's in this game or other games.
Okay, so there's
I'm not entirely sure.
they're not that far.
No. So there's no time like crossing the map,
Oh right.
but you can take into account. So there's a little in the legend like this far. So if someone claims they were at some place at a certain time, but someone else claims they were at another place at a different time, you can in theory like map out like how long it would take them to get them to that. It's impossible. They couldn't be at both of those places at those given times.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it says. Does it say?
But in
over
terms
there?
of like our score,
It says game travel times scale. So pretty much each inch is 5 minutes.
Okay. So yeah, you can take that into consideration as part of the case, but there's no penalty for.
Okay. So we can just jump around from thing to thing.
The man who came is Gerald Locke, who is now proposed to marry. Is that what he said?
yes.
Fiance
Fiance of Francis Nolan.
Okay.
Gerald Locke. 34 water closet. Just kidding. West Center. I don't know what.
Okay.
34.
And then Francis Nolan.
is the current arrested woman.
And what's her?
46 WC.
Got it.
There also mentions that she's being detained at Old Bailey, which I'm assuming is a police station.
Yeah.
Old Bailey, 36 EC.
So, as you can see, we have a couple of different leads we can follow.
36 EC.
Mm-hmm.
Sherlock Holmes would not follow you into the wrong one.
Yes.
I also think that there's something to be said for talking about how her parents were killed with the bombing.
Uh-huh.
And so I don't know if it's in there. They were killed by an avowed anarchist, Zagreb Joblinski,
What's the first letter on the last name?
Y-O-B.
Okay.
I would hope that he's in jail at this point. Not
in the
directory.
Yeah.
So he
Not.
killed
Her parents.
Frances' parents.
Yes, when she was a 4 or 5-year-old.
Throwing
Oh,
a bomb.
but the YMCA's in here.
We can go visit that. But I feel like that's going to come back. I feel like that's part of the story for some reason.
So given that this game is more of an experience than like a game, I think it's important that we do attend the YMCA at some point
Round
throughout
out the
the
experience.
For the experience.
yeah, for the experience.
Okay, so who was the cricket batsman?
Also, do we need to say anything to the viewers about to get them oriented, or is it just like, this is the game, here we are, we read, we're into it, we're going?
I think
The
that's...
batsman
cool.
for the West London Cricketers was Clarendon.
Okay, Guy Clarendon.
The guy who was murdered. And it sounded like he was a batsman, he liked strong drink, hung out with some seedy fellows in the low East End or something.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So, should we look up...
He deserved to die. I think that much we can establish.
Surviving. Francis and Loretta Nolan, the surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company. So I don't know if there's an Aberdeen Navigation Company.
That's her parents.
Mm-hmm. Her parents were. So she is the.
Aberdeen
an
Navigation
heir.
Company, 26 EC.
So if there's some sort of
Sorry, one second.
political or business.
Aberdeen
Aberdeen
Navigation
Company.
Co. And what number is that? Aberdeen?
26 EC.
Okay.
Does it list the cricket club or anything?
West London Cricketers.
Cricketers, huh?
I don't know that that's going
It's
to be
like
a
the-
location, but...
Southern Utah basketballers.
Yeah. Seriously.
New York footballers. Wow, they must be a football team.
For the good old city of New York.
Should we look up pubs? Like, would we find his...
In the East.
Low East End types. His father had all but disinherited him. So again, deserved to die.
So we just.
I don't know what we're solving here. And Miss Frances had a gun in her hand.
Yes.
Suspicious, to say the least.
So there's a list of gunsmiths.
Okay, good to know.
Um,
It's a cool idea that there's this much like detail in the world. Just at face value, it's already interesting that like this feels like I can play I have like a little sandbox here that I can just go to town with.
Yeah.
I haven't.
is pub short for public house? Because there's a list of public houses.
Interesting.
Excuse me, we're here to get a drink. What do you mean? This is a halfway home for boys. oh, public house.
Well, I don't know. Because I'm looking up pubs and all I got is public houses.
Yeah, is there any? Also, the date is 4th of July. So, are there any deaths that maybe coincide or?
Yeah, I'm looking at the deaths right now. It's weird because I feel like some of these are like. Some of them are deaths.
So, if I remember correctly, the questions that we get at the end, some of them will be case related, but some of them are just like auxiliary mysteries that you could solve in the meantime.
Interesting.
So there could be things in here that it might ask like, so-and-so's dog was lost. Where is it? And it's like, wait, was that? It doesn't have to do anything with the case, but while perusing the newspaper or speaking to someone as part of the case, you could solve like other ancillary mysteries.
Yeah.
The dog. No, that was at the pub.
There is a Marylebone Cricket Club. I don't know if that's interesting.
Francis Bailey? Wait. Mr. and Mrs. Francis J. Bailey? Is that Old Bailey? No. Wait. Mr. and Mrs. Francis J. Bailey return sincere thanks to their friends and acquaintances for their kind inquiries since their carriage accident. 43 Gloucester Place, Portman Square.
So is that... well, there's the carriage incident that I was talking about.
Yeah, but
That's not
that would be the
related.
Nolans, right? What are Francis
well,
Nolan's
that happened a
parents?
long time ago.
Yeah,
When she was like
that's why
3 or
it's
4.
interesting.
But there was that other mystery that Sherlock Holmes ran off with the cabbie who was dead.
Oh,
I don't think
that
Yeah.
introduction
Yeah.
thing. Or not introduction, but...
I also wouldn't be surprised if that ties into this because Sherlock Holmes very well could have left to work on that case and
uh-huh.
tied
Connects.
in and connects
Yeah.
to this one. And that's
Yeah,
all right. Well, I think we've got some solid starting points.
I agree. I'm just shooting through this real quick to see if there's anything in the paper, but if you guys want, we can quickly talk. I mean, I don't necessarily think going to Guy Clarendon yet would be interesting. He was murdered at the... So the scene of the crime is interesting.
I think he's an interesting... Just, like, based on his reaction...
Guy Clarendon's the one who's dead.
Guy Clarendon is...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Go to
it's okay.
his
Gerald
home.
Locke, we could go to his home.
Yeah, okay.
Or Guy Clarendon's home, for that matter, and snoop through his personal belongings.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like thinking like, okay, what would Sherlock do? We've got the scene of the crime. We've got where Francis is being detained.
To speak to the...
Uh-huh. But hypothetically, to be able to speak to her, right? And then the Aberdeen Navco is... And maybe Guy Clarendon we could go to later, but I think either going to Gerald Locke's house, but seems less likely. Where Frances Nolan is being detained, and then we also have where she lives, I presume, and where Guy was murdered. So I think my vote would maybe be either murder scene or the detainee.
Yeah. I think scene of the crime makes sense. For whatever reason, I feel like finding more of his contacts could be interesting. Whether that's at the pub, which we don't know much about, or the cricket club. I don't know why I'm latching onto that, but for whatever reason, and I feel like that's the most likely place we would find the crime of the scene. The crime of the scene. The scene of the crime would be the most likely place that we would like bump into contacts on his side of the story and not on her side of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I know that you guys didn't talk much about it, but I'm really interested in... This is Francis and Loretta Nolan, the surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan.
Wait, who's Sir Malcolm Nolan? Okay, sorry, go on, sorry.
The founder of Aberdeen Navigation Company. Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were killed, right?
Okay, so go to
So
the...
there's Francis and Loretta. Did it have Loretta in there? Or just Francis? 'Cause
Wait.
if Loretta's a sister,
Sorry, last name again?
they're both Nolan. They're both surviving heirs of this company. I could see
I didn't realize that there was another surviving heir. I thought it was just her.
the surviving heirs.
Loretta is
Loretta.
21 Southwest.
Because, like, I
Okay.
could see a sister friend. There's always some sort of motive, and
Yeah.
Right.
money is a big motive.
Sister
and
is
so
Loretta.
heirs to a big company.
Yep. I like that.
Okay. What's the...
Oh, 21 Southwest? I'll double check, but...
Sorry.
Yeah, 21 Southwest.
Okay. All right.
But should we go to the scene of crime? Is that where we want to start?
Yeah, because is any of this information chronological? Like we have to have gone somewhere first before?
No, that's what's almost miraculous about these is you can visit these in any order,
Okay.
and like there's not like you have to have been here first before you can.
Yeah, I mean,
Cool.
these are chronological, but...
Okay.
But as far as in here, no, like you could visit them in any order.
Do you think it'd be worth looking at the...
maybe just as we have a minute or two.
Yeah, I'm trying to hurry and breeze through these.
Okay, so seeing the crime, is that where we're going?
Yeah.
How does it tell? So 15 Southwest. Who would like to read it?
I can read. I know Lane can't, so. Which one am I doing? 21? Or
15 Southwest, right, Lane? That's what that says?
Yeah, 15
Holidays
South.
Hotel.
Yep.
Okay, the longest one. Perfect. We leave the manager's office at Halliday's private hotel knowing little more than we did when we entered.
So, it's worth noting that it's interesting that like it doesn't have us having a conversation with anyone. Because you could come to this passage, like this could be the last thing you go to.
Mm-hmm.
So like it can't assume that you go there first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's gotta like it's really interesting. They do a really good job of like how they pose the.
Yeah. Should we make note that we're going there just for our
Yes.
record keeping later?
Yeah. Do you want to write like a 1 and then where we went? Because this is how we're gonna lose to Sherlock.
So we leave the manager's office knowing little more than we did when we entered. He is too upset over the police quarantine of Clarendon's room to be of much help. Fortunately, the day clerk is a much less excitable fellow.
Okay.
And this is a quote from the day clerk. The gentleman registered under the name of Clarence Guy on the 29th of May. Okay, so he showed up on the 29th of May?
Who did?
Clarence Guy.
Okay.
Who is Guy Clarendon? Got real creative with his.
Oh, yes. He was given a front room on the 3rd floor.
Oh, wait. I shouldn't be doing this here.
Okay.
So, May 29th.
Given a front room on the 3rd floor. 2 days later, he asked to be moved to suite 205.
Okay.
Okay, so we don't know the number of the first one, but this is presumably on the 2nd floor.
Yeah.
During his stay here, he had only 2 visitors that I am aware of. One was a most disagreeable chap. He was very large, had a thick walrus mustache, and a prominent scar down his cheek. He arrived on the 1st of June, the very day of Mr. Guy's, that is, Mr. Clarendon's, move. He simply came in, sat down in the lobby, and waited. I kept an eye on him, but, I must admit, I was reluctant to ask him his business. 20 minutes or so later, Mr. Clarendon came down from his room. As he passed, a big man yanked him aside. I'm sure I detected fear on Mr. Clarendon's face, and was about to send one of the boys for a bobby when Mr. Clarendon signed me that all was well. After a few minutes of conversation, they left together. I never saw the man again. His other visitor, who came by quite frequently, was a very striking woman. She was quite fashionably dressed, and she had a most distinctive distinctive laugh. I don't know what my problem is. Very full and deep. I have no idea who she was. Tell us about the morning of July 2nd. It was about 9 o'clock when a woman entered. She was rather plain-looking, and I would not have noticed her but for the fact that she came in the front door, looking neither left nor right, and proceeded directly to the staircase. Normally, non-residents are not allowed to pass without first stopping at the desk. I was on my way to intercept the woman when I was buttonholed by Mr. Ramsay. He's a guest of a long residence and a chronic complainer, and he would not let me go. It couldn't have been 30 seconds later when there was a woman's scream. I dashed up the stairs to the 2nd floor where the hallway was full of inquisitive guests. They directed my attention to room 205 and said they heard a faint bang before the scream. There I found the body of Mr. Clarendon and the aforementioned woman.
The plainly dressed one? Because there were 2. Yeah, I think so.
There, she was lying in a swoon in the center of the room with a smoking pistol in her hand. I revived her with some whiskey found in the room. When she came to, she was totally disoriented. She had no idea where she was or what she had done. We're about halfway done. When she saw Clarendon's body, she gave out a small cry and let go of her pistol as if it were red hot. I took her to a nearby vacant room and had the police summoned. At our request, the clerk calls a sleepy bellboy to show us the suite. Oh, that was the end of quote. At our request, the clerk calls a sleepy bellboy to show us the suite. On our way to the room, we discover that the lad had just shifted to day duty after working nights. Inquiring further, we learn that the front doors are locked at 10 p.m., so that any guests or visitors must be let in by the night staff. Clarendon, leading a most exemplary life, was always in his rooms before 10. That is most exemplary. The constable on guard lets us into the 2-room suite and oversees our tour. The sitting room walls are papered in a subdued floral pattern. The ceiling is covered with yellow plaster. The constable indicates the entryway to the bedroom as the place where the body was found. There is some blood on the carpet. A larger stain had apparently been made by the spilled contents of a shattered wine glass lying nearby. In the center of the sitting room, some 15 feet away, are small flecks of yellow plaster. A search of the sitting room yields nothing much in the way of personal items. In the top desk drawer, however, we find a folded bank statement from Cox's. And there's a picture, that letter. So it's an accounting note, withdrawals of, is that £5,000
Yep.
on June 1st, which is that day,
Mm-hmm.
and deposits on the 16th and 18th, so that's 2 weeks later,
Uh-huh.
of £2,000 and £500.
2 weeks later. So how long has he been at this hotel? Or do we know what day he
Well,
died?
Yeah, that
Did
is.
the case say what day he died?
Today's July 4th.
Today's July
okay.
4th,
Okay.
but he arrived on the 1st of June.
Mm-hmm.
What was
Well,
the,
May 29th,
what was
actually.
the deposits and the dates? Can I say that real quick?
The first guest.
Oh,
showed up
sorry.
on the first.
Yeah. What's that?
What were the days and the deposits and withdrawals?
The withdrawal was the day he was shot, June 1st.
No, he was not shot June 1st. Right? That's when he had his first visitor.
Oh. July 2nd.
Okay.
Sorry, July 2nd was the day. June 2nd was the day. July 2nd. Whoa. I was mixing up June and July.
Common mistake.
Okay, so he had moved. Sorry,
Good.
you're
Yep,
right.
I got
I'm
it.
not answering your
You
question. I'm just shocked that I need to get this straight. So he had moved to a different suite a couple days after he got there,
Mm-hmm.
but then this whole thing transpired a month after that.
Okay. So the day of his death was July 2nd?
July 2nd.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I'll read that last intro real quick. A search of the sitting room yields nothing much in the way of personal items. In the top desk, however, we find a folded bank statement from Cox's. We wander into the bedroom. In the closet, there are but 2 shirts and 3 pairs of shoes. One of them, a pair of canvas fencing shoes, dyed black. In the dresser, there is the usual assortment of underwear and shirts. Loosely tossed in the top drawer is a black wool sweater and a pair of black trousers. Not much of a view, comments Wiggins, looking out of the open bedroom window. The brick wall of the building across the alley is dreary indeed. Even the ivy vines which wind up the trellis and cover the back wall of Halliday's are dusty and cheerless. Getting into the corridor of the hotel, a maid is being lectured by a man with a scathing and nasty attitude.
Quick pause. He has a lot of black things. He has vines leading up to his room and a dark alleyway out back. I think he could easily have left his room. Let's just keep that in mind. Seems like he could have climbed down the vines.
Yeah. A maid is being lectured by a man with a scathing and nasty attitude who lets out a wave of reproaches. And you should know, miss, that I will talk about it to the manager. Such an offhandedness is in a first-class establishment is totally unacceptable. Yes, Mr. Ramsey. Very well, Mr. Ramsey. We slip away. So, Mr. Ramsey
is the big old complainer. Also, convenient timing that he intercepted.
Twice. Well, once for sure. So is it a red herring?
Yeah.
Because he is a chronic complainer, or
probably,
or is it? Is he involved somehow? Okay, that was it.
What are the dates of the deposits and the amounts?
The 16th was 2,000. The 18th was 500.
Those were the deposits.
Yep. Withdrawal was 5,000 on June 1st. Okay, so quick overview. Checks in the 29th in the front room. A couple days later, he's moved from the 3rd floor down to room 205. June 1st, a big mustache and scar guy comes in. He's scared. They talk with him. Big guy never comes back. Second visitor is a distinct, fashionable woman who seems put together. And then the only other thing mentioned is the plain dressed woman who walks through the day of his murder straight up to his room. Didn't check into the office. She's the one holding the gun, so that is Frances Nolan. I wonder if the fashionable woman may be her sister. The specs from the ceiling, about 15 feet away from something,
The gun shot.
are interesting.
Do you think that's where it hit the ceiling, possibly?
The gunshot hit the ceiling?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
The wine stain.
Oh, I missed that.
Do you think there could have been like a drugging?
I actually missed that part. I was maybe writing something down.
I revived her with some whiskey found in the room. When she came to, she was totally disoriented. She had no idea where she was or what she had done. And then a couple paragraphs later, that's what I'm connecting with it. There was some blood on the carpet. A larger stain had apparently been made by the spilled contents of a shattered wine glass lying nearby.
Yeah, that definitely matters. Some type of drugging, maybe. Maybe of her, not of him.
Right.
Yeah.
If she's disoriented.
So, looking at the newspaper, there's a section here that says Society Burglar climbs to £14,000. And it's say people's jewelry have been being stolen, one item each time, people weren't home. The dates for these, it has the date, who was stolen from, and then what it was and the amount. Tell me if these dates sound interesting. The first date is the 2nd of June.
Okay.
And the last date is the 1st of July.
When he was in the hotel.
In his new room.
Yeah. And his new room has access to the alleyway, and he has tons of black clothes. Is he possibly the burglar? Fascinating. Also, deposit.
The dates don't matter with deposits or the withdrawal, but...
Okay.
So is he burgling from this wealthy family who inherited the Aberdeen?
Well, it's all different families that he's taken.
Robert Baker, the Hardinge, the Richmond, B. Lewin, Durf, Judd, and Leeds.
I did see Leeds somewhere else on the other side of this. On the other side of this. But that is interesting that these burglaries have all happened during his time at the hotel. And he even had the shoes that were painted black, the fencing shoes. That's suspicious.
Do you think it's worth looking up those names and seeing where they're located?
Maybe.
I would say, yeah, maybe.
You'd say not.
I think we need to go talk to Loretta. I think it's a really good call out.
Yep. Okay.
I'm ready to say right now that he's the burglar.
He's the burglar. She's the killer.
Yeah.
Can we just go and...
Yeah.
So Loretta framed Francis?
Yes.
Is that
Because
what
she
we're...
wants to be the sole...
So we just need to find evidence of her being in the room.
So
we do need to find motive too.
Well, I feel like they were working together. Granted, this is a large leaps of logic at the beginning. But I could see them working together. He is stealing these jewels, and then she, with her connections at this Aberdeen navigation company, is transporting the
Interesting.
jewels and things, and maybe the sister found out, went to confront him, and he was
Interesting.
already dead because...
Yeah.
So
I like these
Go
theories.
talk to Loretta.
I think talk to Loretta, and I think we should pay attention how she's dressed, and if she has a distinct laugh, we can know that she and the guy had a connection. If not, we need to find out who the fancy dressed woman is who came, because she came to visit him. Did it say the date? I got the date of the big mustache man. Did it say the date that the fashionable woman came to visit him?
Yeah.
Because we could check and see like if it's, or if that was the first, to know like it was before this first burglary. Like matching those up are interesting. Hey, just want to say hello to our viewers as we sit here and sit here and solve this murder. But I mean, it's interesting. It's fun. I actually feel like I'm more engrossed in this, even though it feels way more futile than, or futile, depending on how you pronounce it. Apparently, fetal. I feel like there's others that kind of like walk you through. They contain you. This one's like way out in the open, but like
Go.
yeah, it's interesting.
Okay, so that would have been the day before.
The day before what? His murder?
Yeah, so the other visitor who came by quite frequently was a very striking woman.
Came by quite frequently. Okay,
She was quite fashionably dressed and had the most distinctive laugh, very full and deep.
got it.
I have no idea who she was. And then tell us about the morning of July 2nd. It was about 9 o'clock.
And that's
Oh, sorry, not the day before. I keep on confusing the stupid June 1st and July 2nd. So she had been there frequently previous to July 2nd.
Yeah. We won't say why because we don't know the age range of our viewers, but there's reasons she visited frequently.
It's not the dropped off baked goods.
Who came by quite frequently. So that, I mean, she's not a resident. I guess we have her address. What is her address?
Loretta's address. We should head there right now. 21 JW or SW. I got to the end of the paper. And the handwriting's not great. I think it's SW.
It's either NW or SW.
I think it's SW
Okay.
for sure. SW.
SW. All right, this one's a short one.
Great, I got it.
You can handle it.
It's for better or for worse.
21 SW. Just kidding.
Do we need to? This is our second.
As though I can't read because I'm the scribe. However you want to mark it. I'm kind of just like highlights / is a new piece of information.
Let's just read and then we'll make
Great.
judgment
A man
calls.
dressed as if he had stepped from the pages of the as if he had stepped from the pages of the Tales of Arabian Nights, curved scimitar and all, bars our entrance to Loretta Nolan's home. Only when it is established that we are not tradesmen collecting for goods or services are we allowed to pass. We enter the parlor to find Miss Loretta reclining on large silk pillows clad in a costume similar to her servant, that is, a man's Arabian outfit. To add to the motif, long swatches of brightly colored material are draped about the room on red cords. By appearances, we might have entered a pasha's tent. Enter and be recognized, she commands, lifting her head from the hookah on which she is puffing. It must be our look of total disbelief which causes her to break out with peals of deep, unrestrained laughter.
Okay,
That's her. When we do not respond, except perhaps to shift from foot to foot to indicate our discomfort, her laugh abruptly dies and her mouth pauses in a pout. Oh, you do not wish to play. Very well. She is suddenly on her
Can
feet.
you do like an Arabian accent?
Given the year, I will not. 2023, I'm about to have those comments in the comments section. I'll do every accent as a New York accent.
Perfect.
Just kidding. Oh, you do not wish to play. Very well. She is suddenly on her feet and flying around the room, whisking away the cloth, plopping down in a chair that was hidden by the material. She tells us to state our business. You do not seem at all upset by Mr. Clarendon's death and your sister's arrest. She takes a long moment to answer, staring off into nothingness. Guy was fun to be with. My sister, she is an innocent among the lions. Before we can ask a question, she rises and calls her butler. I believe I will be going out this evening, Randall. She sweeps out of the room, leaving us standing alone. My sister, she is an innocent among the lions. It's interesting if she was the one who killed her, why she would say that.
Like, right, if she's framing her sister.
Yeah, I don't think... It sounds like she was not the one who killed her then, but that she definitely was the one who was frequently visiting
Involved
him.
with
Yeah.
him romantically.
Yeah.
So...
And they could still be colluding together on the stolen goods, for sure, but, like, at the very least, she had a relationship and she frequented...
Yeah.
What is Guy's relationship to Frances, as far as they understand? Other than the fact that she was
I don't think
there.
there's been one established.
Yeah.
Okay, so she was there standing with the gun, is it? Okay, interesting.
So...
That is it. Okay. Great notes. 21 SW.
I feel like it was all...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loretta plus Guy equals heart. That is my note. Arabian connection.
Which I think it just is part of the...
The vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah. As does Holmes. He wouldn't be fooled by appearances.
Is this Ramsey guy more interesting than we thought?
Who's Ramsey?
The chronic complainer?
Maybe.
Because he's the only one... I guess there's the maid.
I feel like we should go talk to her. I think we need to talk to Frances right now.
There's another lead that I just...
And she's
thought
at
of.
Bailey's?
Who's at Bailey's?
She's
Frances
she's
is
at
at
Old
Bailey's.
Bailey's.
Yeah.
She's-
You ever
yeah.
drink Bailey's from a shoe before?
There's also another article in here
Greg.
about the society burglar. The one who's
Okay.
taking something.
Uh-huh.
It says, after a month of jewelry burglaries in some of London's most fashionable homes, Scotland Yard reports little progress in the identification and apprehension of the so-called society burglar. The victim of the latest theft, Lady Leeds, has become so overwrought by the invasion of her bedroom by this unknown man and by the loss of her prized diamond tiara that she has been hospitalized at the suggestion of her physician. Although any impetus to attack the increasing problem of crime should be welcome, it's unfortunate that the impetus comes more strongly when the class of victims is expanded. So I do find it interesting that the crime stopped. It stopped with his death.
Mm-hmm.
So the last victim was this Leeds lady,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden, the maybe burglar is killed, and she's in the hospital.
Is
I want to find where the leads...
her doctor interesting at all?
Lady Leeds.
Yeah, I saw the
So
leads.
Is her doctor interesting at all?
Doesn't specify him by name, so...
But is there a location, like where she's at?
Well, we could look up Leeds, or we could look up hospital. There might be multiple
Mhm.
hospitals. But it's almost like...
Yeah.
Chubb locks protect your family and treasures from the society burglar and others of that ilk with our famous Chubb locks. Workmanship guaranteed, available everywhere.
clearly an active
Marketing.
marketing for Chubb.
Mm-hmm.
Chubb hired him to go break in.
Weird. Can't find where the mention of leads was. Okay. I mean, do you guys think that we should go talk to Francis, or do you think it's gonna? Is that a? Is it too
It's
obvious?
an obvious place to go, but there might be some meaningful information we can get.
Like why she was there to begin with?
Right? She might tell you, but she very well might be lying. When she
Yeah,
says
I
it.
feel like these are often the clues that like don't get you super far, but
What was the guy's name from Halliday's?
Ramsey.
Ramsey. Where's he at?
Let's catch up.
that just seems so. That seems like a thread of a thread. I actually feel like we made a pretty cool jump to Loretta. I think that was like
Oh, he's not in here. There's a different Ramsey, but it's spelled differently.
good. I felt like he was a
Is there a
red herring.
Leeds?
Leeds
I
or
mean,
Lady Leeds?
There is a Leeds, England. We've got Kevin Leeds and Sir Sanford Leeds.
Is there a hospital?
There's no lady. I think it's important to know that a Sir William Breeze, age 15, was killed by lightning. Unfortunate, but important to know.
Relevant.
There are a dozen hospitals.
That's not helpful. I also saw this article here. Does anyone know where Oldenburg is? There's foreign news, a section in there. And it's another jewels theft that happened in Oldenburg. And the way that it happened was a fire was started from a smoke bomb used by the thief.
Bomb.
Wait, what bomb? What does that have to do with anything?
Her parents were killed by a
Oh.
bomb.
Oh.
That happened the day he was killed as well. In
Interesting.
Oldenburg.
Where's Oldenburg?
It's foreign news, and so like you're looking at Paris,
Yeah.
France, Oldenburg,
That sounds.
Philadelphia. I don't know where Oldenburg is, how far away that is. But it does mention suspected criminals including Helmut Schnitzler and Thomas O'Neill. So I don't know if Zagreb Joblinski would fall into...
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Okay.
Well, maybe we go to Francis. I don't know if we have a really strong lead. Oh, there is something in here about cricket. I know that was...
Okay.
Cricket equipment of all makes and uses, the supplier
Oh, I
of the
saw that.
professionals and day trippers alike. Howell and James on Regent Street in London, open evenings. Catalog available upon request. Is there a Howell and James store?
I mean, is that more beneficial than Guy Clarendon's home?
It sounds like he wasn't living at home though. He's
Yeah.
been living
There-
at this hotel for
Yeah.
There is a
Wow.
Howell and James Limited. 48 Southeast.
Because we still don't know who
What
this
was
big
the number?
mustached man is.
Yeah, I was wondering that. Howland James was what?
48 Southeast? Yeah, 48 Southeast.
Okay. Supplier of cricket items. Okay. I mean, it could very well be just like a big old red herring. But I also think going to where she's detained could be beneficial. And then if not, you know, we maybe head over, I don't know, Gerald Locke is interesting.
Yeah, he could be.
Yeah.
It mentioned multiple times for him his spectacles. So he's got glasses.
Okay.
Has that, in any of the reading that you did, John, did it mention anyone with glasses? Because they called that out twice about his glasses. Okay, where are we going?
All right, let's continue. Yep. You know my vote, but if you guys have counter votes, you guys have had some very insightful ideas, so I'm good for anything.
I don't feel anything strong in one direction or another.
So Francis?
Going to Old Bailey, where she's being detained, or her home.
I mean, I'm inclined to think that she is innocent.
Right.
So I don't know what we would find at her home. Like I feel like
going to where she's detained, we get information about the crime, either from her, or if they don't let us see her, then we get it from the police.
yeah, that makes sense. Old Bailey's.
Okay.
36 EC.
36 EC.
EC. Not that far. EC. Our interview with Edward Hall is very short. He knows little of the Clarendon murder, but with his connections, he is able to arrange an interview with Frances Nolan. Confined in a drab holding cell at the criminal court, Old Bailey, she is the picture of misery. Her eyes, her most attractive feature and otherwise plain face, hold a great deal of confusion and disbelief at her present situation. I don't remember anything except seeing Guy's body across the room and the pistol in my hand. I screamed and I must have fainted. I didn't even know that he was at Halliday's, and I've never been there before. And why would I shoot him? We loved each other. We planned on getting married next year. His father promised him that he would get the Church of Canterbury for our wedding.
Quick pause.
Wait.
She didn't know he was there, but she loves him? Okay.
I didn't even know he was at Halliday's, and I've never been there before. And why would I shoot him? We loved each other.
Yeah, this is glad we came here.
We planned on getting married next year. His father promised him that he would get the Church of Canterbury for our wedding. Wiggins goes to her to calm her down. Now let's take it one step at a time. What is the last thing you remember before the room at Halliday's? Going to bed the night before. On Sunday evenings, Dr. Trevelyan dines with me at my home. My sister Loretta is under his care, and these weekly meetings involve her progress.
Okay. Dr. what?
Trevelyan, Trevelyan.
Okay.
My sister Loretta is under his care, and these weekly meetings involve her progress. Well, the doctor and I have become friends over the years. Dr. Trevelyan left at 10 o'clock. At 11, my maid Grace prepared a cup of cocoa for me. I drank it and read in bed for a short time and went to sleep. How long have you known Guy Clarendon? I first met him at the country estate of Cornelius Oldwine in March. There was a party of some sort, and my sister climbed a 15-foot fountain and dived in. She caught pneumonia, and I had to go fetch her home. Guy was at the estate, and he immediately began paying court to you? No, in fact, he didn't seem to notice me. I was quite surprised some weeks later when he came. It was a lovely afternoon, May 10th. He apologized for his impertinence at coming without an appointment and asked permission to come back again. We began seeing a good deal of each other, went for carriage rides, picnic lunches. He declared his love for me and asked my hand in marriage. How were your provisions concerning your and your sister's inheritance in case of incapacitation? I am the legal guardian of Loretta. In case something happens to me, our solicitor, Hiram Davenport, will manage our affairs, as it was when we were children. How do you explain your presence at Halliday's? I can't. It's just like the other times. You've had previous occurrences of memory loss? Yes, twice in the past 2 weeks. The first time I found myself sitting on a bench in Hyde Park. The second time occurred a few days later. I was going to Lambeth Walk to get some information concerning a house where my sister and I were planning to stay for a few weeks on a vacation away from the city. That was when the last thing I remember until I woke up at Waterloo Station. I consulted my doctor, Dr. Mason, and he was quite puzzled. He prescribed rest. Where did you acquire the pistol? I've never seen it before, even though the police assured me that it was mine. One last question. What is Gerald Locke to you? Jerry is an old, dear friend. I'm afraid we've had a falling out of late. He said some very unkind words about Guy. Edward Hall catches us up to us on our way out. He tells us that he asked Wilfrid Roberts to take Miss Nolan's case. He's young, but has already gained quite a reputation. Mark my words, he will be knighted someday.
What's his name? Wilfrid Rowan or what?
Wilfrid Roberts.
Wilfrid Robarts is her public defender.
Man, yeah.
Well, there's bombshell
There's a
after
lot to
bombshell.
unpack here.
Okay.
So, because what's his name? Gerald said that he was her fiance.
Yeah.
Is that not what it said?
Yeah. But to be
didn't.
betrothed.
But
or-
Guy was the one who had proposed to her. Whew.
So it may have to do more with the love triangle than the business.
Uh-huh. But it is still weird that the sister Loretta was frequently visiting him. Love parallelogram?
Okay.
We've got Guy. We've
okay,
got...
tell me more about Dr. Trevelyan.
Dr. Trevelyan cares for Loretta.
Okay. Then there was
It
Dr.
didn't say us what. It didn't say what.
And then there was Dr. Mason, who sounded useless unless he was in on something.
Yeah, but he was her doctor. He did prescribe rest, which is both highly indicative of the time that they always prescribed, but also he didn't seem to care that twice she just has no memory for entire giant periods of time. It is so she drank the thing from her maid. So there could be some type of like, I don't know. It's weird that like, oh, there's a mesmer. There's a mesmer that was in the paper. Oh, well, it's a magnetist. I don't know what the heck. Mesmerism. Yeah, okay, listen. Milo de Meyer, the celebrated magnetist at the Olympia, will produce his wonderful experiments of new mesmerism and is prepared to magnetize any lady or gentleman from the audience.
That's interesting. Like, just to explain what the heck's going on.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, she has no memory of these things. It's crazy.
she's mystified as a murderess.
Yeah.
So there's two different doctors that are mentioned here.
Yeah, Mason and
Trevelyan.
Trevelyan. I think Trevelyan sounds more interesting.
Trevelyan is Loretta's, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And he was also dining with her. So maybe it wasn't the cup of cocoa that was drugged, but something in the food or something.
Who was? Trevelyan was?
Trevelyan was dining with her that night.
Okay.
And he also is associated with Loretta, who it sounds like she's cuckoo, cuckoo,
Yeah.
which we might have seen at her house. But
Yeah.
at the same time, like, maybe that's all an act or a farce or something. And
There were a lot of pieces of information.
but
for us
I
to
can.
follow
I
there.
also see Guy
Where did Lane go?
staking out.
You look like him. Confused.
She caught pneumonia. Da, 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 da. No, in fact, he didn't seem to notice me. I was quite surprised some weeks later when he came. It was a lovely afternoon. He apologized for his impertinence at coming without an appointment and asked permission to come back again. It's almost like he was like staking out. Like,
Yeah, or like he learned some piece of information about her or something.
Mm-hmm.
It would be interesting to see if either of them have walrus mustaches and a scar on their face.
Yeah. If
Either
either of the
the
doctors.
Yeah.
So Dr. Trevelyan
Jinx
feels
would be
like
nice.
feels like there could be involved. It is interesting that Dr. Mason was like, "Oh, you had this amnesia event and you woke up at Waterloo Station. Rest." It's like seems like a very poor diagnosis.
Yeah.
But I think Trevelyan does sound more interesting inherently because they're involved with Loretta, which sounds like Loretta was frequently visiting. What's his face there?
We also have to remember Hiram Davenport is going to manage the estate should something happen to her.
Yeah, that feels big.
Yeah.
He's at 1 Northwest. Dr. Mason is at... Oh, I just had it.
They also drew a lot of attention to Wilford Robarts. He might have additional stuff if he's done like some research.
Mm-hmm.
Mason is at 12 Northwest. Trevelyan
Yeah,
is
Trevelyan.
4 Water Closet. And what was
Robarts.
Robarts. Wilfred Robarts.
The victim of the latest theft, Lady Leeds.
29 Northwest for Robarts.
Okay.
Wilfred.
There's 4 potential people. Who seems interesting? Hiram, the estate manager. Wilfred, her defender. Dr. Trevelyan cares for Loretta, or Dr. Mason, who cares for Francis.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Trevelyan. I feel like, because Lady Leeds has become so overwrought by the invasion of her bedroom that her doctor suggested her hospitalization. Overwrought sounds much more like it's not like she's ill, like physically. It sounds like it's a mental thing. She's gone into hysteria, and so a physician that deals with mental things has suggested that she be hospitalized. Which
should that be
I
Dr.
feel like
Trevelyan?
closer, to Trevelyan than Dr. Mason.
Yeah.
I'm probably down.
I mean, Mason could be there, right?
Yeah.
But I think Trevelyan's more interesting. I think Robarts is interesting.
I think Robarts, and I also think Hiram is interesting. But maybe Hiram could be useless. I mean, it's just like if something were to happen to her, he would manage the estate. I don't know. Unless Robart had met, or I mean, if any one of these 3 guys has a big mustache, we've got ourselves a lead, and a scar of some kind. What backstory did it give on Hiram or on Wilfred? Because if there was anything, a scar, anything that could indicate where somebody might get a scar. If it was like, he was a soldier or, I don't know.
The other thing is, like, we got to figure out why Locke's story is so different, right?
No, so I was looking back
We
at
do
it,
need
and
to-
it doesn't say. I think we jumped to some conclusions. 3 days ago, Guy Clareton was found at his house. So the man identifying himself as Gerald Locke. He comes and says, 3 days ago, Guy Clareton was found murdered, It's preposterous that Miss Frances Nolan has been charged and is being detained. I was just about to bring that matter to your attention, says Watson. I can't believe that she is capable of murder, even of such a scoundrel as Guy Clarendon. So that is him saying he can't believe.
Yeah.
Scoundrel, asked Watson. I've only heard good things about the younger Clarendon. He was a bounder. Then he goes on to say why he's no good. Then Holmes fills in the backstory. Oh, here's where it says. This is Sherlock saying this. Yes, the gory details of the assassination, as well as those of the disposition of a considerable state were well documented in the newspapers. Mr. Locke, you are the suitor for Miss Nolan's hand, are you not? Yes, he admits. Why was Miss Nolan charged with murder?
Okay, so they're not betrothed, but he is pursuing her.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Because he says...
Okay, so it
his
still could be
father,
love
I tried to
triangle.
warn Francis that he was only after her money, but to no avail. So he admits that they were involved romantically, but I guess he's a suitor, so he has feelings for her. Or
The classic, that guy's not good enough for you. I am the one who's better.
So then what is he doing there?
It is weird. It almost like it seems like he has motive. Not that he necessarily killed Guy, but it seems like he has motive. But the fact that then she is now taking the blame is maybe concerning to him if he had something to do with it.
He's angry at both of them.
I think we just gotta make a call. Do we go to Gerald? Do we go to Dr. Trevelyan? Do we go to the public or the Francis's new
I'd
defenders?
still be interested to know more about the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
I'm fine for that. Yep. I think all these are fine.
Yeah.
Trevelyan and Aberdeen Navigation Company would be my 2 votes.
I think Trevelyan is also at the top, and if you feel strongly about the navigation company, I'm good for that too.
I think we all have that.
I think there's wealth. This whole estate thing's starting to...
Yeah.
There's wealth and whether they were targeted for the next theft.
Well,
Because they...
Or if they were...
Or if they're helping drive it.
Direct it, yeah.
I feel like there's money...
Because they could just be partners where they're the public front. Yeah?
I mean, knowing that there's something suspicious there, is it necessary information right now?
Dr. Trevelyan's...
Yeah,
I'm
let's
worried
do
it's
let's-
either
A big
Go
red
big or
herring.
go home. Yeah.
Yeah, with Trevlin.
Let's go to Trevlin.
What is it?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
What's
Dr.
it?
Trevlin is 4 water closets.
Is that West Center and East Center?
Probably.
Central, East, West Central and East Central London?
No, I want to
It's
write
a
it
short
down.
one.
Let's go ahead.
You want a long one, don't you?
Number 4.
4 water closets. Ah, dang it, it's a short one. Dr. Trevlin's manservant greets us at the door, bedecked in apron and
This is
carrying
at the hospital.
a broom.
Keep reading. He could be at the hospital or something.
As he tells us that Dr. Trevlin is at his office, a street cat attempts to dodge into the house.
Son of a...
With a swipe of the broom worthy of a professional cricketer. Oh?
Oh, you gotta go faster.
He sends the cat flying back into the street and meowing away.
Oh, gosh.
Worse than
I am
a 6-year-old. Go, hurry.
We've got viewers watching.
So Dr. Trevlin's manservant is a cricketer.
Okay.
Interesting.
It is. Indeed.
Okay, is that all it says?
Oh, the cat.
Meowing away.
Yeah. Oh yeah, one last word.
Oh,
No,
wait.
I'm just-
It's disappointing. He's at his office.
Okay, well, useless. Dang it. There goes 5 points.
Thanks a lot, Ben.
we all felt that way.
All right. Let's go to Wilfred. That seems like a safe option.
The public defender
Mm-hmm.
or the estate manager.
Either one.
Or Aberdeen.
Aberdeen Navigation Co.
If you guys want Aberdeen, I'm happy to lose 5 more points.
Well, I just we jumped to a big conclusion that they were in cahoots, right? And so maybe
Why is the sister visiting too?
Yeah.
She's
All right, let's do it. We're doing Aberdeen. Aberdeen. Executive decision 26 EC. The great news is, since it wasn't my idea, and I've got a YouTube VOD to prove it, if this is a terrible misdirection, then I can just say that it was all your idea. Pretty short, Ben.
At the Aberdeen Navigation Company, we inquire as to Francis and Loretta Nolan's connection to the firm. Their father, Sir Malcolm, left each of them a 1/6 share, but those shares carried with them no voting privileges. In other words, the ladies were entitled to all profits and dividends, but had no say in the running of the company. Several years ago, as soon as she came of age, Miss Loretta divested herself of her stock, sold it back, in fact, to the original partners.
so. Loretta's not.
Involved at all with the company.
I mean, no voting rights. Neither is Francis.
I do feel like that helps
Mm-hmm.
clarify some of the assumptions that we had made.
Yeah.
It's not lots of information, but she's not trying to cover anything up. I don't think.
Francis.
Unless there's something shady going on and she didn't want to be part of it,
Yeah.
but
Gosh.
it sounds like she didn't have much knowledge. It was just
I feel like
payout.
we had such great hits at the beginning, and now we've kind of like.
Yeah. So, is Mason more interesting than we thought? Should we go Robarts or...
Robarts, Hiram, or Mason?
I think it's interesting that the estate, that those two women aren't more involved. But
Yeah, it is interesting. So what is this estate manager overseeing if she only has 1/6 of the shares and Loretta has
voting
none?
and they just, yeah.
We're missing something. In fact, the comment section is just blowing up right now. Of
Idiots.
All the things that we're overlooking.
I've made a couple decisions lately, and they have led to very little.
John,
so
you get the next decision. Where are we going?
You are the investigator of the leads.
Hiram Davenport, the estate manager, Wilfred Robarts, the defender, or Mason, her boss, or we head over to Yul Gerald Block. Although I feel like it'd be like, I already told you everything I know. Why are you here? But maybe there's more information there that we don't know about their relationship. So,
I also see a very strong cricket theme going on.
So that was...
we could head to the cricket shop. Or the Mesmer.
Yeah, that's...
The Olympia. We could go to the Olympia and watch the Mesmer.
Yeah, because that's still mysterious.
What's the Mesmer?
Let's go to the Mesmer.
Okay. At the Olympia is the name of it. Will produce his wonderful experiment, the new mesmerism.
Mesmer.
I mean, she's being mesmerized, right?
The Olympia Theater.
You can't, like, if you're being drugged.
63 Southwest.
If you're being drugged, you're just going to get knocked out. There has to be some sort of...
63 Southwest?
Do it.
Oh, South. Let's go 63
There's no
Southwest.
particular order.
63 Southwest? Oh!
Big old chunk. Oh, love to see it. I just want to tally who's gotten giant chunks.
The tally.
Whoa.
The air at the
Giant
Olympia
chunk, man.
could be qualified as electric. The director, Mr. Casey, a small
Is
round
electricity
man.
invented at this point? Go on.
A small round man in a striped costume can't stop waxing eloquent about Milo DeMeyer. Cool. More names.
Milo DeMeyer is the
Oh,
magnetist.
that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Oh, okay. So we're talking to the director, Mr. Casey.
Yeah.
His show is truly remarkable. He manages to submit to his will the most skeptical of spectators. We follow him through a maze of hallways where all the theater staff seem to have congregated, almost getting knocked over by an oriental column being carried by two stagehands. Arriving in front of Milo's loge.
Oriental? Like Arabian? Go on.
Not sure how to respond to that.
Oh, you know.
He knocks on the door and doesn't wait for an answer before going in. Mr. DeMeyer, you have visitors. When we enter, Milo DeMeyer seems to be meditating on the floor. His legs are crossed in the lotus position, his eyes closed, his index finger and thumb on each hand forming a circle. He chants a soft melody. Ah, he's in a trance. Sorry, sirs, but when he's in that state, it's almost impossible to wake him. I'd suggest you wait, but he can remain like that for hours. As we hesitate...
Controlling someone?
As we hesitate to wait like this until he awakens, Milo DeMeyer opens his eyes wide. Good day, sirs. My astral body just happened to be floating over Mr. Casey when you approached him, and I've interrupted my meditative voyage to re-embody myself. So, you're looking for information about hypnosis. Let me tell you, good sirs, that it's a very precise practice which isn't linked to any science, but which nonetheless remains governed by precise rules. Before we can even begin to ask questions, Milo DeMeyer starts a very instructive speech about hypnosis. First off, hypnosis can be used on anyone, but a subject who is psychically weakened will, of course, be easier to manipulate.
Okay, so Loretta and Francis?
The first step consists of focusing the attention of the subject on a specific element, fixed and regular. It could be the flame of a candle or the motion of a pendulum. Once the subject is hypnotized, you can make them do many things, but never something that their moral values reject or that their physical capabilities do not allow them. The subject would faint when faced with the contradiction between what you ask of them and what their subconscious imposes on them.
Ooh.
In all cases, the subject will not remember what they might have done in their hypnotized state.
She's been hypnotized. Easy peasy.
But he's saying that she must have wanted to kill him because a contradiction wouldn't.
But she did pass out. So maybe somebody wanted her to, and she passed out because it was in a contradiction of what she wanted.
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Yep. Although I don't need to use such things in my shows, there are certain drugs which may help a subject to enter a state of hypnosis.
Okay.
These are mainly light sedatives available with a prescription. Doctor.
Dr. Mason.
I think I've given you the rough outline about the art of hypnosis. Since you have no further questions, I'll ask if you could kindly let me return to my meditation, as I have not yet finished my preparation for tonight's show. We leave the hypnotist to his astral voyage and exit the theater.
Loretta's all hung up on this Arabian theme stuff. She's also apparently a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
Weakened mental state.
Uh-huh.
And then it sounds like she's in love with Guy Clarendon. What'd she say?
He's a fun guy to be around.
Is that what she said?
Yeah, it didn't
I thought she
seem...
made it sound like she was maybe in love with him.
We could look it up real quick.
And so she would have reason if she thought that he was in love with her or something. Maybe she was unaware, and so she could, in theory, be willing to kill him. And that's where, under hypnotism, she would be able to, because...
But doesn't it seem more like Loretta, or that Frances was the one who was hypnotized?
She was in love with him. I don't think she'd kill him.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying she killed him. I
But
think she was hypnotized.
They both could be.
She walked
I feel
into the
like
hotel.
Loretta-
She walked into the hotel with no understanding.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there was some hypnotism there. But Loretta seems like she's apparently been in connection with...
Yes, but we don't know if she was even there the day of the murder.
We don't know.
But she is. I think we got to go to Dr. Mason. Well, I don't know, maybe because Dr. Trevelyan did nothing.
I do think that Dr. Mason is more interesting at this point than Robarts or Davenport. What was his name?
Yeah, Wilfred Robarts and Hiram Davenport.
I do think
Yeah,
Mason's more interesting, just in conjunction with...
Because it sounds like he doesn't use the sedatives, but if
someone else did, they'd be make it easier.
Especially for a less experienced
Yeah.
hypnotist.
Yep, for sure.
Okay, where's Mason?
Mason is 12 Northwest.
Are we noting all the places we...
Yeah.
Yep.
Northwest, 12?
Yep.
Ooh.
But I don't want to go there, so it's fine. We're not going to go there.
Okay.
Wait, why is he reading it? He said I don't want to go there.
At Dr. Mason's home...
We have to agree.
Oh, there's a word that I've never encountered. At Dr. Mason's home, we meet a rather garrulous...
Yeah, without Geralt.
Well, it's O-U-S.
Oh.
Yeah, cool.
Garrulous.
We'll look it up. Let us know in the chat. All right. Landlady.
Or on our Patreon.
Let us know with your checkbook. All right. Landlady, who seems to think that we are also of the medical profession. She begins a non-stop monologue about her about her bad back and how it pains her in the summertime. Of course, it always pains her in the autumn, winter, and spring. It takes no little time before we find out that Dr. Mason is not at home, but at his office.
Do we need to find these
I see
offices?
that. Yeah, are these offices locations?
Well, that could be my bad, because I just looked up his...
I feel like we should ignore. Yeah, I feel like
Doctor's offices is
we should be ignoring the. And I feel like we could chalk that up to like scratch that. That didn't actually count. We're trying to find Dr. Mason, not his house.
there are offices.
Yeah, I mean, there's a doctor's section.
Oh
and
gosh. Okay.
Jared.
I
Mason.
actually feel like that's
Trevelyan with the.
I actually feel like that's not a huge asterisk for us to like say that's not actually what we were looking for. We got literally no information from them. We were trying to find where they.
Yeah, obviously they're.
Yeah, we didn't
Place
really.
in
of work
both
would be-
cases.
In,
Yeah, the
I
place
mean,
of
really,
work would be where you
both
wanna go.
cases.
Okay. Yeah, because
If somebody-
they're both on here.
If somebody in the chat was like, "Were you looking to go to their office where they work, or were you looking to find something at their house?" I would say we were trying to find
Find
them
them.
personally and go talk to them.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to read Dr. Trevelyan's
Before
office
Mason's.
visit.
Because he.
I still think because
Trevelyan is 19 southwest.
Okay.
I mean, we're telling ourselves
Yes.
that we have
I think we're
credit.
counting-
We have a credit on our balance to go to both
Yes,
offices.
I think we are telling ourselves that. I'm going to count it as, let's see, 4B and 7B.
Perfect. Dr. Trevelyan is an athletic-looking man, and everything about him, his movements and gestures, is very precise. His eyes are piercing and vivacious. Vivacious is another word, right?
I know, I've heard that.
And seem to read the depths of your soul. He is
that's
ever
what
so
vivacious
slightly
means.
disturbing.
Real quick, what's this location number?
19 SW.
Got it. Okay.
Is ever so slightly disturbing. He drops himself into the chair behind his desk, fiddles with his pocket watch, and asks how he can help us. We understand that you dined with Francis Nolan on the evening of July 1st. Yes, that is correct.
Oh,
We
he's the
dine
hypnotist.
every Sunday. The pocket watch!
Uh-huh. He's got a pocket watch. They dine, and it's happened 3 times. They dine every week.
Her sister Loretta. We dine every Sunday. Her sister Loretta has been under my care for some 10 years. First at the Mesmer Braid Institute, and then in a private practice.
The Mesmer Braid Institute? Oh, come on.
I meet with Miss Frances weekly to keep her informed of her sister's progress. Let me say that it is difficult to believe that Miss Frances committed this deed. She has a quiet, unassuming personality. One might describe her, albeit unkindly, as mousy. An act of such direct confrontation would not be at all in keeping with her character.
So it would have been a conflict, and she would have passed out.
Are she and her sister close? They lead very different and separate lives. Miss Frances lives a quiet life, while Miss Loretta's is wild and flamboyant. Frances stays at home. Loretta never misses a party. Their individual laughs illustrate their differences. Frances is timid, no more than a little titter. Loretta's laugh is deep and resounding, totally uninhibited.
Exactly.
For her part, Miss Frances loves and cares for her sister as a parent would a child. Miss Loretta, well, she often seeks refuge in her sister and loves her as much as she is capable of love. Thank you, Doctor. So, the thing is, it's never going to tell us.
Yeah.
We have to just come to a conclusion and say that we've figured it out
Yeah.
and choose to end. There is no, like,
Yeah, right.
ta-da, you found the killer.
Okay.
Go answer the questions to get your prize.
I think we still have a freebie in
Mason.
Mason's office.
Do we need to go visit Mason's office, or do we want to use that one visit on someone or something else?
Because we wouldn't have gone to Mason.
I feel like if we'd gotten good information like that, would we have felt a need to go? Because if they dined together, sounds like he's hypnotizing her.
But why? That is so interesting because she is
He's
quite...
athletic. I wouldn't be surprised if he played cricket or met.
But if he's the one who tells us doing something like that would be against her nature, why would he say that if he was the one influencing her to do it?
Because he might know the ins and outs. He's still amateur. He doesn't know that gives anything away.
Interesting.
I don't know. It definitely feels like there's a cricket thread here with Locke. Isn't like Locke? It's still confusing why he was the one that Watson was talking to.
Did Locke have a connection to cricket? I thought just
but why
Guy
is
did.
he
I mean, I think he's
involved?
well because he's coming after because
But-
he thinks he's not good enough for Loretta or for.
I don't. Okay, doctors. Do we want to go to Mason?
I don't think we need to.
Okay.
If we want to count that
Where's next?
stop as something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything that the newspaper would
Well, we know it's hypnotism, which is cool.
So I think that the newspapers led us to understand that he is the burglar.
Uh-huh.
And like, there has to be some use for the paper. And I think that's one of the things.
Okay,
that
What are the
pull
dates
from
on
this.
those
This one did happen within
the time frame?
the time frame. I've perused it a little bit with very light.
What are we missing here? If he is the
So-
burglar,
One thing that I'm still
What's up with the deposits and
did-
withdrawals?
did Francis kill him under hypnotism, or was she just unaware while someone else did it and framed her?
I think it's a frame.
well, okay, here's the question, and this would come down to the wording of the hypnotist. Would they pass out before or after the act?
Before. It's in an attempt to prevent it from happening.
Okay. So they would be unable to do so. Then yeah, she didn't do it.
Because she left it. That's
Yeah,
what she
it would have
claims.
caused her to stop. So who would be trying to get her to do it through hypnotism? Well, and here's the thing. It said she didn't know he was at the hotel. Who knew that he was at the hotel? Loretta.
Who was visiting him frequently.
Yeah.
And who's mentally more or less unstable.
Yeah.
And if the doctor had told her, "Oh, your sister, he's been seeing your sister on the side,"
Do you think there's
she
a
would be angry enough to kill him.
stretch here, but a cricket-related reason why Dr. Trevelyan would want Guy dead?
Did it say he plays for them? Maybe.
No.
I thought he was a batsman for not Dr. Trevelyan, but
Guy was?
an
Yeah,
accomplished batsman for the West London Cricketers, and a ranked fencer in international competition. So if he was
why is he
a batsman,
burglar?
so if he's on a opposing league or something, and
That seems weird.
Yeah, I don't
don't know.
Why is Guy a burglar if he's like a successful like
Yeah.
there's a connection that we're still missing in terms of like here's what we know. Guy goes out and he burglarizes at night. Loretta comes to him frequently at the hotel. But he is supposedly already proposed to Francis. Francis actually loved him and would not kill him. Somebody was hypnotizing Francis to get her to go to the hotel. Why?
But someone, that means that there was a third person there at that moment.
Well, or you could influence them to do it and go and do something, right?
I feel we need to go visit the cricket shop. What? It's
I'm fine with it.
cricket equipment. Like, there's no other way that would tie us to
We-
Howland
what's it
James.
We're
called
counting
again?
it. We're counting it as a freebie anyway. Let's just go visit the
Howland
cricket shop.
James.
Oh, that's right. Did we already get the...
Yeah. 48 SE.
Yeah, 48 SE.
I don't know. It just seems so weird that cricket and... Like, why is it...
Let's do
Such
it.
a prevalent theme.
48 SE.
Very well could be.
We're going. Oh wait. Yeah, it's this one. 48 SE. Are we sure? Because that doesn't exist.
Okay.
Check again.
Yeah, Howland James 48 SE does not exist.
Unless, I mean, like, John.
Yeah, Howland James Limited. 48 SE.
Well, then... we're off
SE
that.
area?
Yeah.
How would it not be here?
It's just not... It's not relevant to the case.
Oh, okay.
So we got a
Even
freebie
red
there.
herring wise.
They're like, wow, you guys really thought it was the cricket thing? Okay, cool.
I mean, there's a sports club.
I'm not as convinced you guys are about the cricket thing.
There's Marylebone Cricket Club, 48 Northwest, but
Check if it's not in here, it's not in here.
We could go to...
48 Northwest.
We haven't gone to Gerald yet. Gerald Locke. We're looking for a third person. I think the third person, we've either got Mason...
There's no 48. Oh, wait.
Northwest. Okay. I think we either have Mason or we've got Locke right now.
What was the withdrawal and deposits for?
Yeah.
That's
Or Hiram. Hiram Davenport relates
Killing me.
more to the withdrawals. No, it doesn't, because that's Guy we're talking about.
Cox.
Oh. Cox. Look up Cox.
Cox Bank.
Turn on your safe search. I couldn't resist. John now has to mark this as not safe for families.
22 water closet. Sorry. I can't.
COX?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
22 water closet?
Yeah.
Okay. 22 water. I'm down for it, 100%. I forgot it had the company name on there. Doesn't exist, does it?
No, it does.
46?
It's a sentence.
Oh.
At Cox's, we find that Guy Clarendon's activity at the bank was sporadic, with deposits rather infrequent before June 12th. It's right down 22 WC.
So
For June.
that was our Mason.
No, this was...
Our freebie.
Oh, yeah.
Should we say?
Yeah, this was our freebie. What was it, 40... or what? Sorry.
For 22 WC. Sporadic before June 12th.
Okay.
Well,
Shoots.
maybe we
all
go
good.
talk to Locke.
Either Locke, Mason, or Davenport. Or Robarts.
Who would the person most likely to be the third person be?
Locke. 100%.
Okay.
I
That-
mean,
that's
if
my-
we're talking
that's-
about the love parallelogram, he's for sure one of the four.
Because that's my vote. Like, if we have any chance at getting any close to
Yeah.
the 100 score, I think we just have to
Yeah.
really go for who that third person is.
Okay. I think we should go to 34 WC then. I mean, if we're talking about the most likely... I mean, that's his house. I don't know if that's where... We probably would want to go there. Yeah, if we see, like, drugs or if we see some sort of hypnotism thing or...
Ben doesn't like it.
You don't like it? I mean, honestly,
go.
I'm not opposed to it. Do
No.
you think either Mason, Robarts, or Davenport would be more interesting?
I don't think Robarts,
Okay.
but he's just as likely. I think Robarts was just a name that was thrown in there.
Okay.
I don't think it's pertinent. Like, public defender just gets assigned. Like, they don't really have.
He's not a public defender. They actually had information about him that he being like a...
Well, he's a good guy. They said, wouldn't be surprised if he's knighted or something. Like, he's
Yeah.
just like
Interesting.
standing guy. I don't
Okay.
know. So we're going to guys, not guy.
Gerald
Locke.
Locke. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
34 WC.
Let's do it. Do we feel like there's any spatial relationship?
No.
You want me to?
No, I don't want to. I think you should stick to your guns and tell us who you want to go to.
Oh, we've looked at how. Yeah, we have to.
Gerald Locke is not very helpful to our investigation, not because he does not wish to be, but simply because he has no information to impart.
Dang it.
I know there are some, there's like some base locations that you can visit that are in every case. So like the police station, or I just don't know if any of those are going to scream like, oh, we should have gone there. What are you looking at?
What was the guy? 34 water closet.
Yeah. Like sometimes like the morgue is one, or like there's like
Oh, I mean.
what are you looking at?
19 Southwest. Going back to Dr. Trevlin's thing. My understanding, you dined with Francis Nolan on the evening of July 1st.
There is a coroner and a medical examiner.
Mm-hmm. Well, that helps.
Do we care about the flecks of plaster? Off
100%, yeah. How do we think we can... Actually, we're happen to be on that page, I'm pretty sure, because we're in the room right here. A larger stain had apparently been made by the spilled contents of a shattered wine glass lying nearby. In the center of the sitting room, some 15 feet away, are flecks of yellow plaster. Faint bang before the scream. There, I found the body of Miss Clarendon. Mr. Clarendon. Okay. Back to the theory real quick. If Dr. Trevelyan had actually hypnotized her to go into the room, but he knew that that her body would reject it, he could have killed her. Or he could have killed him and had her come up to like take the fall of it, basically, by like knowing that she would be under, the mesmer.
I think you might be onto something, because the society burglar, I think they're in on it together. I think they were partners, because it says speculation continues as to the identity of the burglar, who seems to be acquainted with the various and sometimes ingenious hiding places of the victim's jewels. The other striking aspects of the modus operandi are the taking of only one select piece each time and the occurrence that all thefts when the victims were not home. How does he make sure the victims aren't home every single time? Unless they're being hypnotized into telling him where their jewels are, or hypnotizing him into not being home at the time.
Yeah.
They're in on it together. Something happened. They had a falling out. And so he sent her there to kill him, knowing that she wouldn't, and so that he could do it himself.
Yes.
Or something like that.
Okay, so Loretta, how does she play it? So she frequents his...
That might be how they're interacting, is he might be like hypnotizing Loretta to go... If she's going and getting these things from him, he could have these, and he's sending Loretta to go there and pick these up for him under hypnosis.
Yeah, interesting.
So they're never seen together. When was...
We still haven't found the mustache dude.
I found the list of informants. Of course, it was on the back of the... Whatever.
So there's standard informants we can go to?
Yeah. The Scotland Yard, whatever. H.R. Murray, criminologist. He analyzes all items and substances found during cases. Substances?
I feel like we know that her wine glass and or her whatever hot cocoa that one night, like I feel like those were laced with some type of sedative. I think that's obvious. I don't even.
Well, the wine glass was there at the site.
That's true.
Could have been that he was drugged with the wine.
Yeah.
Making it easier to kill, and so I don't know if an autopsy or something on his body would turn up.
Okay.
Interestingly, Sherlock Holmes is one. If you're stuck in your investigation, Sherlock Holmes will set you back on track with some good advice. Be careful.
I refuse to go ask.
That
me too.
Spoil the fun of investigating. Meeting point for the London cab drivers. Source of information on the movements of suspects. Social columnist knows all London society gossip.
Would you mind handing me the directory real quick?
Porky Shinwell, owner of the Raven and Rat pub. So if that's a, what did they say, Lower East End?
Mm-hmm.
On all illegal affairs and underworld figures. 52 EC. That's East End.
Did you read
Is
this?
that-
I don't remember hearing about the pocket watch. You said he had the pocket watch?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's interesting.
What?
Owner of the Raven and Rat Pub. Source of information on all illegal affairs and underworld figures. Because said that he was a frequenter of the
Yeah.
pubs.
Was he?
Mm-hmm, that's what it said.
Was it on the East End?
East Center. So
Yeah. Okay. Because I think we're close. I think we need to find out who the mustached guy is. Do you guys agree?
But like you can shave a mustache.
Well, the scar though. He's got a big mustache and he's got a scar.
Yeah, but like how many more leads do you want to chase?
I know. So we know that Guy was a thief. So was he actually trying to swindle Frances as well? And he didn't actually love her.
It's possible.
If so, where does that lead us? Right? Like if he's...
It might have been, that could also be part of the motive. If she was originally like a target and then he started falling in love with her and that was going to compromise this operation that
Yeah.
the doctor had with him.
Oh,
and
and
he'd
then...
want him out of the picture.
Oh, yeah, interesting. Yeah. And it double, like let's say, well, but then the cash cow stops, right? Who wants to kill him? If it's somebody, I guess if they, if their business
Or
dealings
if he
went
was
bad.
feeling guilty and was going to, out himself or whatever, turn himself in or come clean to Francis.
Is it worth going to Guy Clarendon's house?
He hadn't been there for over a month. I don't think so.
You're right. We've been to his hotel room.
I think we just jumped to the questions.
Really?
you think we're ready?
I feel like
We don't know what we're looking for. And so
Yeah.
we could sit here and...
I
feel like
actually
we've
also-
solved
I
the
also
bulk of
haven't-
it.
I also haven't done one of these before, so I don't necessarily know what we might be looking or not looking for.
Yeah.
But I do agree that we
The biggest thing for me is we still don't know what that withdrawal was and what
Yeah.
the deposits are.
I think that there's some sort of aspect here of like, okay, so Yablinski killed her parents. She's left with the inheritance, her and her sister. Her sister has sold her shares, and now we're just left with her having some type of fortune, but like it never comes up again. Other than, like maybe him being interested in this small fortune. But it just seems odd.
But we're already wondering why is he burgling when he seems to have a successful career.
Yeah.
I don't know
I don't
how
know
much
if
a
it's successful
cricket
or
player
a career.
makes,
Yeah, exactly.
but it says that his father has disinherited him.
Yeah.
And
So he has no current inheritance.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine to go to questions. I do feel like we're missing some key pieces, but I don't know where we would go for those pieces.
I think Porky would be a great resource at the Raven and Rat Pub.
Let's do it. One more stop.
Okay, let's do it.
It'll cost us 5 points.
We've already exceeded. Sherlock did it in 5. We're at 8, so what's one more?
I don't care.
Does that have a number?
52 EC.
Easy choice. It's probably useless, but
Of course I knew Clarendon. He and his lady friend stopped in from time to time. They were usually on their way to the Kilgore's gaming parlor.
quick pause. Who is this?
He's just an
He's the pub
informant.
owner, right?
Yeah. Source of information on all illegal
Okay.
affairs, and underworld figures.
We're coming back from it, says Porky Shinwell. What's Kilgore's gaming parlor? Ha ha! It's a nice little place down in the southeast, frequented by swells and toffs. The copper's been trying to close it down for years, but Kilgore knows when they come within 3 blocks. Clarendon was into him for a sizable sum, or so it was said. £7,000 was the figure I heard.
That for sure is the guy with the mustache. Go on.
Got it to the point that Kilgore wouldn't allow him in his place. I understand Clarendon didn't take too kindly to that. Almost caused a row until Kilgore's right-hand man, Gus Bullock, stepped in. Clarendon backed down. I don't blame him none. Gus is a mean character right enough. There's a joke about Gus. Somebody once said he'd like to see the customer who gave Gus that scar.
Okay, so Gus is... So...
He was told, so would the fellow's widow. Haha. Anyway, Kilgore made it very clear.
Quick pause. I know. Is it saying Clarendon owned that dude money or vice versa?
Clarendon owed him money.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
£7,000, which he had a withdrawal for $5,000,
Yeah.
and then he had 2 more deposits shortly
Yeah.
after.
Okay.
I understand Clarendon didn't take too kindly.
So
He was told
that's
so was
leading
for
into
his
the
widow.
life of
And
burglary.
he had a withdrawal like on... Was it the 2nd?
Yeah.
Because no, on June 1st. That is the day that the mustache guy came.
There's no joke. Anyway, Kilgore made it clear that he expected the money, and there were bad feelings all around. Then maybe a month or so later, Clarendon shows up all smiles, and he and Kilgore are getting on like brothers. Figure Clarendon must have paid him back. Then Calvin Leach steps into the picture. Who's Calvin Leach? Well, rumor has it that Leach deals in what you might call stolen property. Square dealer too. Give you 1/2 the value of the article. Now, Calvin Leach don't usually associate with the likes of Claude Kilgore, but there it is. Leach, Kilgore, and Clarendon meeting late at night, just as thick as fog. Haha. The meetings continued on right up until, well, the night before Clarendon's death. Did these meetings take place at the Raven Ant Rat? Well, won't say they did and won't say they didn't. Will say, though, everything I told you is as true as it has been written in the good book. Now, we've been standing here, John, and I don't hear nobody ordering a pint or nothing. What'll it be? Okay. So he withdrew 5,000, so he needed 2,000 more. There's your 2,000, and there's 2,000 more. Because he needs 4,000 because the other guy collects half of it. And then he got 1,000 more on June 11th.
He was able to deposit 2,000 on June
2,000 on the
16th.
16th.
Yep. Uh-huh.
So there's the rest of his payback.
Yeah.
And then 4,000, he'd get 2,000 of it. The other 2,000 goes to this other guy.
Yep.
Then he gets 6. Then he only deposits. Oh, there's the 1,000 on 17th. The 18th, he deposits half of it for 500. Then he hits up the tiara for 5,000. Never deposits. And I think the doctor was like, I'll keep that for myself, thank you. And killed him.
And then hypnotized so-and-so, or Francis to take the fall.
Framed just anyone that he knew.
Well,
How did the doctor know that he had it?
okay?
Because he was in cahoot?
He was working with him, giving him his marks. And Loretta isn't on it because she's going and picking up the stuff.
Who's the one that was talking about that joined that meeting? You got Kilgore,
And Gus, the guy with the scar.
No. There's a third guy. He says now there.
Leach?
Yeah, Leach.
The guy who's
Yeah. So who's?
taking half.
Yeah. So wouldn't Leach be the one?
No,
How?
he's just the middleman. He's the one who's selling off. The
Oh,
jewels.
he sells the jewels.
He takes 50% for himself, but then
Got it.
he gives back 50% to.
Got it. Yeah.
Kind of.
Makes sense. I feel good.
Let's solve it.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
First series of questions: who killed Guy Clarendon?
It would be Trevelyan, right?
I think either Trevelyan
If we fail this, we are.
or Loretta. Cause guess
And you're convinced it's not Francis.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm convinced it's not
So
Francis. She would've
Loretta
passed out.
also is living this extravagant lifestyle. She sold her stocks years ago. Where is she getting all this money to go to all these parties and be all frivolous and stuff?
It is a very good point.
It says when she came of age, so when she was 18, she sold her stocks in the company. So she no longer has that source of income as dividends. So I think she's in on it too. So it's either her or Trevlin, I feel like, was the murderer.
And
Trevlin.
her sister said an unfortunate something amidst lions. She's for sure in on it. But she didn't expect her sister to take the fall, which makes me think Trevlin.
Okay. Right.
Do we agree?
Trevlin.
Okay.
One, right, Trevlin. Why was he murdered?
In my defense.
He never cashed in on the tiara,
Uh-huh.
and so I think it had to do with money.
So but earlier you were saying it was Trevlin just wanted to keep that.
Between them, it could be that he was getting ready to come clean to Francis.
Or not even getting ready to come clean. He just
wanted the money instead of it going to the
the guy taking half or something.
yeah.
Or maybe maybe guy was gonna keep it because it was a lot and he was finally out of debt. I don't know. Or like go sell it. I don't know. It's a little weird. I don't know that we have a clear motive quite yet. I feel like we might be missing one piece, but that's okay. So Trevlin killed him because of the tiara, the stolen tiara. Be as vague as we can.
See if teacher gives us half credit. Read the question one more time.
That was the most expensive thing too that was stolen. It was
Yeah.
500, 1,500, 2,000, 1,000, 3,000, 1,000, 5,000.
Read the question one more time.
Why was he murdered? He had a good thing going with Leach, and this guy down. They were all buddies after that. Remember, after he was wanting his money, now they were all meeting together, laughing and being buddies.
Maybe he could cut him out.
I mean, maybe Trevlin came to the realization that Clarendon didn't need him anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
What's
so
in this envelope? Is this the answer?
yeah.
And what's this? Is this solutions?
Oh, okay. So
What's in here?
oh, that's Sherlock's. That's Sherlock's.
Oh, where he went and his points and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question. Why did Frances Nolan go to Halliday's? I mean, she was hypnotized.
She was hypnotized. Uh-huh. Yep.
Who was the society burglar? Guy Clarendon, right?
Clarendon.
Guy, yep. Okay.
Number 5. Who is Calvin Leach?
Leach is the...
What did they call him?
The middleman.
The middleman.
Yeah, the
frontsman
seller.
Or seller or whatever.
Uh-huh.
He was, yeah. We have to use the right word, but...
Yeah,
as
he
long
was
as we
the
know.
seller of items. Uh-huh. Right? That's what it said?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty
He
clearly.
was the one who would give him 50%.
There's no way that Trevlin would be that person, right? Okay.
Now, the second series, question 6 is, who killed Klaus Wallenden and how?
Klaus Wallenden.
Klaus Wallenden.
We didn't even see a Klaus, did we?
He is the high wire artist who fell to his death during a performance at the Royal Italian Circus last week.
Read the whole thing.
Last week was put aboard the SS Hamburg yesterday, bound for his native Germany for burial. Wallenden had long enjoyed the acclaim of the world for his tightrope acrobatics. The usually sure-footed Wallenden's inexplicable fall resulted in the aerial wonder's tragic death when the waiting net gave way.
Was that related to that pre-text?
I immediately thought of this when we were reading about the Mesmer guy, the Olympia 63 SW.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember what it was, but he said something and I started digging through here. You follow him through a maze of hallways where all the theater staff seem to be congregated, almost getting knocked over by an oriental column. Da, 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 da.
Mm. So maybe he got killed by, what's his name? The
Gus?
Milo? Yeah, by accident.
That he was mesmerizing him?
Sure.
I don't think I know any information about this.
I don't know. There's something that I thought that was said that made me think. If he's like a competing act or something. I could see him looking
What's the question
sabotage it.
specifically again?
Who killed
Milo.
I like it.
Klaus Wallenden? In which neighborhood did Kenward Olick work?
Oh gosh.
I don't think I saw anything about Kenward Olick.
That doesn't ring a bell.
In which neighborhood, huh? He was in the... How generic do we have to be?
I
EC?
think you put a question mark.
No, you throw a... You guess. You
And the
just...
last question is, how did Kilgore
Oh.
manage to evade the police vigilance?
Oh,
He knew.
we read that.
Yeah, he knew when they were within
Within
3
3
blocks.
block, yeah.
How?
Interesting.
Gus was on lookout, or does he have a cop on his payroll? Is that the guess?
Yeah. This question... Oh. How do they know? Anything weird?
know. I think we would have had to follow our lead from that last paragraph. but
Dr.
alas.
Mason. No.
Wilfred Robarts. Yeah, I have no idea. Dang.
We don't know. We
Guess.
can guess, but
Cop on payroll?
Yeah, sounds good.
Great. As generic and cliche as you can get.
All right, solutions.
so you're sure that this is? Do we read this?
So it says,
These are the
answer the
answers.
questions, then head over to the solutions section, and one of them reads Holmes' conclusions out loud. Finally, the players open the envelope to evaluate their score and compare it to Holmes. I don't know.
Solutions. We are at 221B trying to sort out a solution when Holmes enters the apartment. His appearance is startling. His cap is gone. His trousers are splattered with mud, and his jacket is ripped. Even more disturbing is the stark look of defeat in his eyes. Without a word, he shuffles over to the basin to splash his grimy face with water. "Holmes," says Watson softly, "we're having a devil of a time with this case. Could you help us?" Holmes stiffens, then after a moment lets out a long sigh. As he turns back to us, his features soften until a faint trace of a smile plays at the corners of his mouth. "Of course, Watson," he says, matching Watson's subdued tone. "How can I be of service to you?" For the next 20 minutes, Watson acquaints Holmes with the facts of Guy Clarendon's murder by taking him on a verbal tour of our visits around the city. When Watson has finished, Holmes takes the floor. "Excellent, Watson. You've managed to solve 2 cases for Scotland Yard, though I doubt Lestrand will consider himself in your debt." "I have?" "Yes, indeed. Clarendon is £7,000 in debt to the gambler Kilgore. Unfortunately, he is out of pocket, and in his father's bad graces. Kilgore's confederate, the dangerous Gus Bullock, is seen hanging about the Clarendon home, and the younger Clarendon is roughed up. To solve his problem, Clarendon returns to burglary. His victims are to be members of his own class, whose social comings and goings he knows well and whose homes he has visited. He acquires a black sweater and black trousers, dyes a pair of canvas fencing shoes, and decides that he needs a base of operations. It may well have been Bullock's lurking presence that spawned his desire to secret himself away. In any case, he chooses Halliday's. We know all this. Clarendon arrives at Halliday's and takes a day to look the place over. Significantly, he switches rooms to one in the back part of the hotel, with a vine-covered trellis conveniently leading to the bedroom window. Now, on the 1st of June, Bullock, having discovered Clarendon's elegant hideaway, confronts him in the lobby. The £5,000 is withdrawn and makes its way to Kilgore against the debt. That evening, the society burglar strikes for the first time. Clarendon, Kilgore, and Calvin Leach, a known trafficker in stolen goods, are seen in company. Notice, if you will, that one half the value of the first 3 society thefts amounts to £2,000, one half of the value being the price normally paid by Leach for stolen goods. Again, we're 100%. And equals the balance of Clarendon's debt to Kilgore, debt-free. Clarendon is now in a position to make money on his own, and as his succeeding bank transactions evidence. On the day after each of the next 3 burglaries, Clarendon made deposits. The pattern of burglaries is obvious. Clarendon would pick his target, select the night, and contact Leach. That evening, he would enter Halliday's well before 10 o'clock in order to establish his alibi, change into his work clothes, and exit down the trellis. The burglary accomplished, he would return, change again, and meet with Leach. After that, he would deposit his take. The pattern was interrupted on the night of July 1st, the night of the theft of the diamond tiara. Loretta Nolan, a longtime accomplice of Clarendon in various nefarious misdeeds, was aware of the burglaries and quite probably took part in them. Her recognizable laugh revealed her presence at Halliday's. A short time after the 5th burglary, 2 thefts were planned. One, thought up by Clarendon, concerned the theft of the tiara. The other was planned by Dr. Trevelyan. Indeed, the good doctor who has been taking care of Loretta for years through hypnosis has also learned of the dark behavior of Clarendon during a seance with his patient. He saw there the chance to get rid of a bothersome rival who risks getting his hands on Francis' fortune, which he also wants for himself. On the night of July 1st, he entered Clarendon's bedroom by the trellis, armed with a derringer, and awaited his return. Clarendon came back from his night work while he was pouring himself a glass of wine to celebrate the event. Trevelyan killed him and used the occasion to take the loot from the last theft, the tiara. During that night, he went to visit Frances. Knowing perfectly the technique and thanks to the drugs he administered to her under the pretense of giving her a sedative, he hypnotized her. He ordered her to go to Clarendon's bedroom with the derringer and fire into the ceiling. With Clarendon removed and Frances getting a death sentence, the fortune of the latter was naturally destined to Loretta. It would have been child's play for Trevelyan to profit from the mental weakness of Loretta to bilk her out of her money, even more so since Clarendon was no longer there to push her into costly extravagances. If you would please let Lestrade know, I'm sure you'll find Dr. Trevelyan still in possession of the tiara. Holmes sighs deeply and appears suddenly weary. The spark of energy and interest ignited by Watson's plea for help is all but extinguished. He sits a moment in silence, looking down at his own tattered appearance. No doubt his failure to solve the cabbie's murder preys upon his mind. Finally, he starts toward his room, mumbling, I believe I will clean up now. At the doorway, he stops and whispers, Watson, the needle. Holmes solved this case by following 5 leads. Halliday Hotel, Old Bailey Criminal Court, Dr. Trevelyan, Hiram Davenport's office. I was pushing. And Porky Shinwell. I guess we would have learned about that from Hiram. He also used the following article from the newspaper. Society burglar takes climbs. His score is 100 points. Do we keep reading? Nope, that's it. And then we go into the thing. Those are the actual answers.
Okay. The answer to first question, Dr. Trevelyan.
Got it.
20 points. Number 2, for the money of Frances and Loretta Nolan, which would have been 20 points.
I mean, technically, for the stolen tiara,
That's what I say. He still has
he literally still has it in possession. I see, like, the long-term motive of, like, he wants their fortune,
Yeah.
We
but
can give ourselves 10.
fair.
3, she was hypnotized by Dr. Trevelyan.
Got it.
4,
So
How much? 20 points?
20 points.
Okay, every time. Okay.
For this section. 4, Guy Clarendon.
Yes.
20 points.
Okay.
5, the fence who bought Clarendon's stolen goods.
Yes. 20 points.
Okay, second series. These are varying points. Albrecht Huber substituted soap flakes for the rosin in the box.
Dude, we were so close.
Yeah.
That's just what just kills me. We were so close.
That would have been worth 15 points. Number 7, in the Tower of London neighborhood. Would have been 5 points.
I threw out a guess and I said Kensington. Unfortunately, of all the neighborhoods in London, I got it wrong.
Is there a cop on the
payroll? Number 8. Inspector Herberts from Scotland Yard warned him of police raids. 10 points.
Dude, that offsets our half-C point.
Okay, to tally your score, add the points obtained by answering the questions.
We actually got 100.
Then count the number of leads you followed.
We had 8.
Then compare the number of leads you followed to that of Holmes. 5.
15. We got 85.
If you followed more leads than Holmes, subtract 5. Yep.
85. And actually, we could have done 90 because the last one was useless.
Did you write down? No, you didn't write down.
Wait.
The visit to Porky's.
The last one. Wait, no. I didn't. Yeah, the last one too. What's his face? To the Porky one.
So we got 80.
Porky. 80.
So we got 80.
Yep, 80.
Well, I'd completely forgotten about this, Ben. I'm glad you said it because that ended up being a very key
Can I just
part
know,
of it that we may have started there.
I have
Good
to
call
know.
going there. Out of all of those, to remember the
Drinking
callouts
buddies.
of drinking buddies and pubs and
One Northwest.
is that one place we didn't go?
Hiram. Yeah, the one that was,
All right, we got to read this.
Yeah, we do. Oh, his office would have done the same thing.
Yeah, that's like
What does it say?
something
It's right
that's
here. You just told us where.
Oh, yeah.
Hiram Devil's office 13 WC.
Okay.
it's like a bit of a gotcha that once you've done it once,
Yeah.
the next time.
All right, here we go. You want me to?
Sure. After waiting nearly 2 hours, we are finally shown into Hiram Davenport's office. He apologizes for the delay with a somewhat suspect sincerity, and we take our seats and ask our questions. Yes, I am Francis, a solicitor, and Loretta's too, although I am less help in that direction since she came of age. You handled their father's estate, that's correct. Their father left them equal shares in the 1/3 share of the Aberdeen Navigation Company. I administered the bequest in the form of a trust fund until each girl came of age. Since then, I have tried to do my best to advise them. With 1/6 of a share of the Aberdeen Navigation Company, they must be very wealthy. Francis is, to be sure, but Loretta saw fit, much against my advice, I might add, to liquidate her stock. I'm afraid her financial situation is not all it could be. When was the last time you saw Miss Nolan? He seems lost in his thoughts for a moment. Then he says, well, I met Miss Francis last month. She was in the company of Dr. Trevelyan, the doctor of Miss Loretta. Miss Francis wanted him to become her sister's guardian if anything were to happen to her. Miss Francis seemed absent-minded. Who he wanted to be?
Interesting.
Wanted him to become her sister's guardian. So that's where she would have been arrested, then he would have been responsible for her.
Yeah, so it would have cleared up that she took him there under hypnosis. So, like, she's absent-minded, so she's hypnotized. He takes her there to transfer the running of the account or whatever of her sister's fortune, basically, to her, which is doubled if Loretta is out of or if Francis is out of the picture.
Miss Francis seemed absent-minded. Her eyes were staring off in the distance.
Yep.
I thought it was odd at the time, but when I learned that she blacked out later that the day, I assumed she had a sunstroke. Would you describe the meeting? We were in the middle of our discussion when I was called away on other important business. I begged their indulgence and stepped out of the office. I was gone, 20 minutes. When I got back, Miss Francis had a very strange look in her eyes. Said, thank you very much, nice to see you again, or something like that, and left.
Yeah. So it would have just cleared up a little bit about Mr. Trevelyan's. We still got there, actually. It would have just... I think it would have given us the extra 10 points. Basically, we could have gotten the stolen tiara one complete because we would have said, oh, he wanted their inheritance, which is why he had her under hypnosis.
Yeah.
So, not bad.
So the second set of questions is basically just to help you
Make up some ground.
because the first set of questions will get you to 100 points.
Yep.
And then if you got it in the same number of leads, then you matched.
Yeah.
Because you were not ever going to do that, Here are some other stuff you may have run into, and if you put it together, then we'll pad your score.
Yeah. Cool.
But we didn't.
But they just made us feel worse. Except for the cop on payroll, which did actually help us.
Which we just guessed. That's how
Right.
any criminal knows
Yeah,
the cops
exactly.
are around.
All right.
Okay.
Should we move into some...
Yeah, let's do it. What are we at here? 6 hours?
just over 3.
Okay.
Oh, no, 3.5.
Okay, cool.
Not just over. Okay. All right. Since this is fresh, do we want to start here?
Yeah.
Sure.
Anyone want to start?
Yeah, I will. So, I think it is interesting because, like, I've played a bunch of like escape rooms in a box type things where you've got kind of everything there, and it's interesting that to me, like, I mean, we had a whole newspaper. I would not have found those things. Ben found it pretty miraculously
yeah.
of like putting that stuff together. But then I also was like, wait, I saw a thing about the mesmer.
Yep.
You literally, I think, have to read the newspaper, kind of digest it, and then know like 1 to 2 things are going to be relevant and nothing else. And
we would approach it differently next time. We would just be like, let's read the newspaper.
Yeah.
Start with today's news.
Yeah.
And the thing is like, I don't know if that's a criticism or like me commending it. It's just interesting to know that, like, I think it is actually more needle in a haystack than I would want, but it also worked. So I don't know if it's like a criticism. We actually got 80 points. That's actually not bad for having never played it.
Very distinctly remembering my previous 2 games with much lower scores.
Yeah. When, like, debatably, had we just trust our gut on the Davenport, which we mentioned so many times, we would have gotten a score of 90 on our first time playing. So, like, it did work. So, like, in a thing where it's, like, it's irrelevant to talk about balance when it's an experience, but it's, like, it wasn't unattainable. You know, like, we had the stuff there, but we also had 3 people thinking about it in different ways, like Ben finding that, you remember, you know, like there was different things that we were kind of thinking of and hitting on. Anyway, it's interesting. It's like my gut would be that, like, it's like, man, that's pretty loose. Like, I don't know, there's a lot of just kind of like random shots in the dark, but we were able to get moderately close by like sitting there and thinking it through. So it's like, I don't know, well, maybe it actually is great then, you know?
Yeah.
But I enjoyed the experience regardless.
Right.
I could see if there was like a different one where we just kept hitting like loose end after loose end, or like, you know, these just random dead ends. Then it would be like, I don't know. You know, you'd kind of have like the throw your arms up in the air moment that you can have with some of these things. But I mean, I did enjoy it quite a bit, to be honest. And the satisfaction of feeling like we figured it out is actually quite significant. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really enjoy this. I said it before, I feel that this is way ahead of its time.
Oh, yeah.
Like, being released today, this would be, like, pretty, you know, like, no one would bat an eye, like, if this was released today. But knowing that this was released 35 years ago, like, blows my mind.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially that it's as well-rounded as it is. Like, there's no use of an app. Like, it's not going through and crossing off and changing things, or you're not removing cards from a deck or adding cards to a deck. Like, it's so clean.
Yeah.
It's just text. And, like, the fact that you can go visit any of those locations in any order and it doesn't, like, ruin the experience is so cool.
Yeah.
It's not dependent upon you visiting this location before this, or you can't do this because of that. Like, it's like, oh, you could go visit Dr. Trevlin right off the bat if you were like, I don't know, maybe she had a doctor, Dr. Trevlin, and it would still, like, make context within the story.
Yeah.
So it's really cool. It's more of an experience than, like, a game, right? Like, you can't really take a score seriously. But it's a lot of fun. I don't know. Like, I would recommend this to people wholeheartedly, as long as they're not frustrated. Like, I think the more that you play it, that you know what to look for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's never going to come out and tell you, like, you caught them with a bloody knife, like, good job. That's, like, you have to, like, make some leaps in logic and be like, okay, I think we've got it now. And I think the first time I played, I ran around a long time visiting a lot of leads, looking for that moment when it's like, this is it, you found them, good job.
Right.
You never get that. Because of the order in which...
Right, because if you just happen to run into that in the first thing, then it spoils the...
Yeah.
Right.
It ruins the experience.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah.
there was something I was going to mention there, but it's, yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you mentioned, like, what? They did this how many years ago? So I've got this book, Everybody Wins, that I just got, and I'm super excited about it. But it goes through all of the Spiel des Jahres winners.
Oh, yeah.
And
You just got this book? You haven't had it?
No, yeah. Well, it came out not too long ago.
Oh, okay.
Like, it goes up to Cascadia.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's recent.
But that's what the author says about it, is like, it's hard for you as a reader right now to appreciate how utterly out of left field this thing was.
Crazy.
Compare it to Heimlich Co. Like,
Yeah.
a roll and move. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
you have a roll and move game, and then you have a 10-case mystery escapade of, near, like, perfection as far as you can't spoil things for yourself. You can't, like,
Right.
it's just so clean.
And just
Yeah.
in terms of, like, the novelty that it brought, like, there was innovation, like pure innovation in the tabletop experience field. I hesitate to call it a game, and that's a personal beef that I have with it. Like, I would almost, when I have the itch to play a game versus I have the itch to watch a movie, this falls closer to the movie camp
100%
than it does to the game
Yeah.
camp. And I mean, I'm on record as saying I don't love cooperative games. There are cooperative games that I enjoy, but I like the competitive experience. And so when it comes to a game, this isn't what I'm looking for necessarily, but it's a cool thing.
Well, I don't want to interrupt you, but cooperative games are also something that I have found less and less appeal in.
Uh-huh.
But because this is more like an experience than a game,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it doesn't it doesn't bother me that it's cooperative.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, it would.
I was grateful for the cooperation, right? Because like that connection of those thefts was like amazing. Like, it helped click in, and it, like, there was actually, like, it just felt rewarding to be able to figure it out together. And I also feel like I would have been lost alone. Like, I would have felt like, what is happening?
And we all had hunches that,
Uh-huh.
I had hunches that didn't lead anywhere,
Well, same.
right?
Yeah.
But I don't want to drag you all down with me and say we all had hunches, but we all had hunches that absolutely led to the, like,
Yeah.
we contributed in meaningful ways to it.
Yeah. To the game's credit, I also, the moment of being like, I read a thing about a mesmer.
Where
like,
was that? I saw that somewhere. Like,
I will admit, like, that was like a dopamine hit of like, oh, this is how Sherlock Holmes feels, right? Like, it was like you connect this piece, and I even think I said, like, I doubt this has any significance. It's like, no, that was actually
That was core to the whole thing.
I'm not taking credit. Like, that's not the point of what I'm saying. It was like the feeling that it created. I was like, that was better than most other.
but
like,
what's so interesting too is, like, that wasn't even necessary. Sherlock didn't even go visit that guy.
Yeah,
So, like,
that's true.
you
interesting.
could have figured that out differently. Like,
That is such a good point.
that was just another step that we took, but it was a successful step,
Yeah.
but not particularly necessary.
Interesting.
In Sherlock's logic.
Interesting. Wait, how did Sherlock know about the mesmerization and the hypnotization?
It
Just
mentioned that he was working with his sister at the hospital, or the
the hospital of Mesmer.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, and then when he was talking to the Count's guy or whatever, the state
Yep.
planner,
So we got
he
there,
said that
but
he
we
was-
got there from a different approach.
right.
Interesting. That's even
Do-
more cool.
Do you mind? Sorry I don't want to belabor this, but do you mind if we read what Sherlock's clue would have been?
Oh no,
Yeah.
the books are there next to
42 Northwest. Oh,
you. It's late.
While you're pulling it up, I'll also say that like the individual moments of the game were like so immersive that like I kind of 100% forgot that this was. I mean, the new printing of it helps that like this is a new production. Nowhere in my mind were we doing this for a game that came out 35 years ago. Like, I was fully playing the game.
yeah.
and having the experience that it created. Like, comparing it to Heimlich Co, which we were still in, but, like, we're talking, we're explaining things to, like, it was just, like, fully immersed in, like, what this experience was. And, yeah, for it to have come out, like, I mean, how many... There's games that are well after it on this Spiel des Jahres list that still feel, like, infantile compared to this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even games of this type that come out nowadays.
Yeah, like I wanted to ask you guys if you played like Detective Modern Crime Game or like some of those other ones to be like, what do you think? How does it compare?
I played Detective. I didn't love it. I was because it was nominated for Kennerspiel, and I was very pleased.
Yeah,
that it didn't win. I would have been really disappointed had it won.
Yeah,
it's a fine game, but it's just not. For me. One thing that I wanted to say is, so I've only played this one other time, done one other case, and that was 2-player. I did it with Danny, and that was awesome. But like, it was definitely him, getting us. I'm just not detail oriented enough. But BGG says it's best at 1 or 2. I can't imagine. I would never do this 1-player.
I actually agree. I would say,
but I liked it a lot at 3.
I did too,
because of the socialness and like some of the exit games. Like you get to that third person, certainly the fourth person. It's like someone's sitting there. What are they gonna do?
Yeah,
but I felt like someone could be. I was kind of the directory person, and
you have a note taker.
You were putting it all together in your head.
Yeah,
and I feel like there is enough to keep 3 people engaged, and then just that one more person adds that much more of a social element.
It's much more discussion based than visual.
Yeah.
Whereas like an escape room, like the exit games, like
it is all
you
visual.
need to be able to visualize it. Like
it's true.
But this is all like logic based on the story.
Yeah.
So most of the stuff's happening looking up at each other as you're discussing, as opposed to looking at a puzzle trying to determine how the symbols matter, right?
Yeah. And the last thing I'll say on this point is I also think it's obviously maybe unnecessary to mention, but like it's obviously very group dependent. Like I actually think that there's like even other people in our game group who like this would be a very different experience playing. But like I would also, even though I enjoyed this experience and I do like escape rooms. I also like those kind of like detective-y or escape room in a box type game. Like there's a lot of stuff that does appeal to me, and I still don't know that I would be like interested in playing this most of the time unless it was like very specifically like with people. Like I actually think you guys are both like great to play it with. I don't, it's interesting. It's like even with how much I enjoyed it, it still is like it feels like it could very easily not be that same type of experience. Yeah. It could very easily be like a frustrated sort of like, what I have no idea. This is stupid.
Right.
Check out.
Yeah, total checkout. Yep.
Right. If you run into too many of those 50-50 things, like, well, should we go here? Should we go there? Like, we're all of a mindset where it's like, yeah, let's just go do this because we don't have it. But it could be really frustrating, either for a tryhard or for someone who isn't like
as invested.
Isn't getting engaged in this. Is like, well, because I said I'm not detail oriented enough to like follow everything, but I still was engaged enough that I could follow what was going on. Anyway. Okay. Do you mind?
Please.
If I read this?
This is what Holmes
would have said.
Yeah, had we gone to Holmes as an informant, this would have been
interesting.
How his guidance.
Yeah.
Nothing seems to be able to pull Holmes out of the melancholic mood in which he was when we left. I have too much to do before nightfall, Wiggins. I won't be able to spare you much time. The first thing to do is verify Miss Frances Nolan's version of the facts. Mr. Locke's attitude clearly involves jealousy towards Clarendon. If Miss Nolan is in love with Clarendon, it seems completely absurd for her to kill him. If she didn't pull the trigger, then who did? An examination of the crime scene could surely give you clues. Don't hesitate to make a sketch of the scene. It often helps in thinking. And, of course, there's the question of the motive. Who would want to eliminate Clarendon and Francis at the same time? As it's, of course, the death sentence that awaits Miss Nolan for her so-called crime. It's all I can give you for leads at the moment, gentlemen. Now I'll have to let you go, as urgent business awaits me.
So he pretty much just directs you to certain locations.
Like if you're completely lost.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually good to know that it's like, that seems like pretty basic. Like, go get her version of the story and go to the crime scene.
And maybe that would be a good...
Well, the logic of who would want them, we never crossed our mind, like, who would want them both out of the picture.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because, like, we never thought, like, oh, this could be a duel, like,
Right.
her
Yeah.
frame and his death could be all for one purpose.
Yeah.
Totally.
So maybe if I was playing this with my kids, maybe once they're 10 or 12 years old or something, maybe what we do for easy mode is
Start with that.
we just first go to Sherlock Holmes and
Yeah.
like, give us some direction.
Interesting. That's actually a really good point in terms of like a first step. That's not bad at all, and it kind of like that would very easily direct your thinking. In fact, I would almost debate that's a great idea. Even like you'd pretty much be accepting like, yeah, we're losing one location, but it also is probably going to be worth it in the long term. That might save you too down the road, because we would have started thinking of who wants them both gone at the same time. We probably would have gone to those same things, those same places, but like it's also interesting to think that like, because this is 35 years old, there's not like as much of like a postmodern approach to the writing. And I actually think that matters, because I feel like, I mean, weird comparison, but like in Gloomhaven, sometimes when you're reading like road or city events, you'll read a thing and then you have to make a decision. And it's like, I mean, there's kind of like a postmodern way of writing of like constantly subverting expectations and like upending what you might have thought. Like the same thing happened in Oathsworn. We're playing and like it's like, oh well, they told us this, we're gonna go there, and it's like, nope, because XYZ. There's a lot of kind of like gotchas, whereas this is like, go to the crime scene. Logically, that's going to be something what we gain some information, right? And like I actually think it was satisfying to not have that be a red herring, because it makes sense. It's like we would naturally learn something there, you know. So anyway, long way to say like it's interesting that like Holmes just kind of guides you in that direction. But yeah, I don't know.
Anything else to...
No, it's cool.
Jump over to Heimlich Co. real quick.
Yeah.
Or Secret Spies.
Yeah. So I am biased. I loved that game for a while, and it's just been such a great hit with casual gamers, non-gamers, gamers alike. I think there are just enough layers to it that it's fun and it's simple, and I don't know. I just love it. There really aren't many cons in my mind. It's just a simple thing, and so it's hard to be critical of it because it delivers so well on the narrow scope that it has. It's like, well, I can't critique it for not being this or this. It just, you know.
Yep.
And Knizia gets so much credit for like doing a thing and doing it purely. It's like, well, that's exactly what Cromer did here. Anyway, that's my...
Yeah. I feel like I talked a lot, so I'll go second so you can have the last word on Heimlich Co. I agree. It's also funny, I was realizing during the game, there's pretty much only like two pretty old games that I own, both of which you have introduced me to. And it's Focus, which is the last game we played, and Heimlich Co.
Yeah.
I love them both. I think they're fantastic. But like, yeah, I think Heimlich Co. I have only found a very small group of people who don't like it, and it's always like odd to me. But by and large, same thing. Non-gamers, people who are like don't ever do strategy. They have even like loved it. This is actually the first game where I haven't been frustrated by the ending, because like I kind of feel like the 29 is like too soon to guess. And in fact, me and my wife kind of have started like push that like house rule like a little bit later and later when we play with like newer gamers, because it's kind of like once that's done, by and large, the jig is up, I guess, and like you can kind of just like point rush if you're like trying to min-max it. And so I don't know. That's like a small criticism of what I otherwise. But like weirdly, this game that actually didn't happen, but that was because like
actually
got, like catapulted forward.
Yeah, you did remind me of a criticism I do have right after I said nothing to criticize. But before I take the stage back.
But yeah, I like it. I think it's fun for how quick it plays.
So that was my second time playing it, and the first time I thought, wow, this is really neat. And once again, I was, wow, this is really neat. Couple of interesting thoughts I had.
We'll be the judge of that
Okay.
if they're
You tell me
interested
there.
in that.
We played Wacky Wacky West, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very similar. You're assigned a secret
Mm-hmm.
color that you are going to be scoring for. But where in that game, you're trying to take points away from people, which felt a little bit more like gut punchy.
Yeah.
Like I could feel people really, getting turned off by that. This does the opposite, where you're trying not to give people points.
Yeah.
Additionally, in that one, like with the non-player controlled buildings, it's like, oh, I can run that over. Like it's not a big deal. If I don't want to ruffle any feathers, like I just won't demolish that, right? Or I will demolish it, which is different than this one, where it's like, no, I can give as many points to. That's why I asked if we all can lose, because it's like there's no penalty for giving points to the non-player colors.
Yeah.
So it's like that's almost like an entirely different outlook, where it's like,
Right.
no, like I can do that. Like that's fine, under the assumption that that isn't anyone's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like that aspect alone of like taking chances, giving non-player colors points, makes it much more interesting than Wacky Wacky West 2, where there is no like real rhyme or reason that you would do that because it's not being tracked.
Yeah.
Whereas this, it's actually being tracked.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
as far as comparing it to Wacky Wacky West, also it's very interesting that this game, Heimlich Co, Secret Spies, 35, 36 years old, is very, very similar in concept to Veiled Fate, which is a very recent release.
Mm-hmm.
And just a blown up production, but it's like so eerily similar, where it's like
Interesting.
you are moving everyone's pieces, including your own. You don't want people to know which piece is yours, because then they're going to try and prevent it from getting
Right.
points. But you don't want to inadvertently give other people's characters points. The only difference is just that you have someone on your team in that one, which I don't know if you could do that. In this
Which
too.
if you're playing partnership, because we did Veiled Fate and it wasn't partnerships.
Oh, you did do partnerships?
Yeah.
Okay. So see, the only time I played it was with partnerships. But the two are, yes, so similar in that you're trying to score points for yours, but try not to score too many points for others.
Yeah.
There's just much more bloat in that one, whereas this is just like a pure distillation of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So the small criticism I have, and it's resolved because it's such a short game, but is that you really can get good luck or bad luck based on what other people are doing. Because if no one is if someone is pushing you forward, then it's so easy to hide who you are.
Wait, is that possible? Like, someone could...
It's pure luck, or it's pure strategy. There is
pure strategy that someone might choose
but
to
if no one is helping you out, or someone just randomly throws you in the ruins, then you kind of have to expose yourself, because you really have to try to catch up if you're going to have any shot at the game.
Yeah, how long do you ride that? Nope, that's not me.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, at some point you gotta step up.
And so there is a luck, definitely, there's an undeniable luck factor in it, but it doesn't bother me, because it's you feel clever when things go your way, but when things don't go your way, it was just a fun experience.
Yeah, well, if I can add to that, so like I actually did feel clever, because I was like, what if I made it seem like purple was the NPC, and like I enable other people to like move it.
You did a great job.
It wasn't just him who moved it. You also moved it to like prime position a couple different times, and like that was like a satisfying feeling. But it was also luck. I just completely agree with both things you said. That like I think that there is some fun stuff that like even if you lose, it's kind of like just that decision is fun. And also, like, I feel like in general, luck is easier to digest when it's smaller. Like, if it was Veiled Fate and it's like a 2-hour affair, it feels way worse than if it's like a 30-minute game and it's over. It's like you get the best aspects of it, and you're also kind of willing to like whatever. So like, yes, there is some luck, but it's also like, I think it's it's really great, honestly, for what it is and for how quick it plays. That like you can have those kind of like, for as simple as it was, we even all kind of got quiet. It's like I got a 3. You know, like
Yeah.
you shouldn't have to sit and like debate that much over like I rolled a 3. It's like it is literally a rolling
I
move.
love that you also can't think out loud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that is so interesting that like it would be to your demise if you thought out loud. So you have to think
Right.
quietly.
Uh-huh.
You can't inquire about what people are doing.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just
And
so
which also
interesting.
means that other people can't influence what you do because they don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I rolled a 3 is like, well, I know what I want to do with one of those movement points. I don't quite have enough to do what I really, really want to do. So
Yeah.
what's my best move here?
Yep. Well, and I think there's always something fun, to me personally. Maybe it's not always fun to other people. There's always something fun about you are playing other people while you're playing this game.
Absolutely.
That rolling a 3 and sitting there and thinking only matters because I'm playing you guys. I'm like, what do they? If I do this, what are they going to,
Yep.
deduce because of it?
What was the matchup that we had that when Cafe International versus Hoity Toity? You guys probably haven't played either of those. But that was my exact rationale in pushing Hoity Toity forward was like, this game, you are purely playing the players.
Yeah.
And I really want you guys to play that at some point. Cafe International has some weird stuff to it. Otherwise, it's a fine game. But it's really puzzly. It's really like, what is the optimal thing to do in this moment, as opposed to like, I wonder what Ben's gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When me sitting and thinking, when I was trying to debate were you orange or were you yellow, it was like, was Ben the type of person who he knew that he was super far behind, assuming he's yellow, he knew he was super far behind. It was like, I'm just going to play into it because I don't want anybody to guess who I am and like whatever, I don't know if I can like make up that many points, but I'll do it little by little. Or is Ben the type of person who would like, no, I'm not going to stand for that. Like I would risk them knowing who I am to get more points. And that was the debate that I was having between the two. Because if it was you didn't want us to find out who you were yellow. If it was that you felt like you were getting behind and needed to make up for it, you were orange. And I like knew it was one of those two. I ended up guessing wrong, but that was fun. That was like a fun thing for me.
Yeah.
Real quick to your criticism and to your point about playing it with anyone. Yes, it can be played with anyone, but I feel like eliminating the luck and the randomness, like this could be a very like intense game amongst experienced players where that element is removed entirely because no one's making, peculiar mistakes. Where it's like, why would you do, like, no, everyone is moving very deliberately and, and then it becomes, well, last game he did this.
Yeah.
So is he going to do that again? Or does he know that last game I know that he did that and so he's going to try something different?
Right.
And
So there's like a meta
involved as well.
I would love to play in a group that has a meta developing. I mean, like how some game groups play over 100 games of Avalon,
right.
Or Resistance is like, you could totally see that happening. That like, okay, like to be able to read that much deeper, or like, I feel like first time players are like, oh, John moved purple forward. He may be interested in purple. And like, even I find myself doing that, and I've played the game probably 6 or 7 times. But I feel like you could very quickly be to the point where like, no, that's irrelevant. I want to watch like where is XYZ piece when this person chose to score? Like little things like that where it's like you're actually you start to dive deeper into like the way people are playing. It would be fascinating.
So in this play, I would love that too. This play, I have to admit, I was deeply disappointed that all of you guessed that I was green, because I want to know what tipped you guys off, because you were moving red and green along as your big bluff for a long time. I was like, well, sweet, I don't have to do anything to indicate that I'm green. I didn't move green for the longest time.
So I knew that I was orange, and then when he would move red and green, you were moving yellow or orange, and I was like, I think that you're choosing between those two based on just happenstance, because sometimes you'd move yellow, sometimes you'd move orange. And I was
Are you sure it wasn't green and orange?
No.
Well,
because he wasn't moving green.
Green and red were paired together for forever.
But I knew that you were either yellow or you were red, but then yellow started falling far enough behind and you weren't doing enough to stop it. that kind of was like, okay, if Lane's red, you're green.
So it was deduction and not
More because I was one of the two colors. I don't know what they thought because
inductive.
Yeah, because
reasoning.
I was not one of the two colors. I would actually need to look at my notes. I feel like there was a specific moment that you... Because I almost want to look at my card. Do we still have it? Or did
So
we
you
throw
were
it
like
away?
watching for like a tick or something?
No. I was watching for specific, like... Because I'll write down kind of certain things. I try to like make notes of like scorings.
Yeah.
And there was one that kind of like pushed me toward that.
Okay.
Do you still have the papers?
Yeah. And then there was nothing to contradict it. Later.
Yeah, exactly. That, like, at the end of the day, I kind of just had to go off of because it was like the most telling.
Because I...
Well, you could even have like bluffs and
Is
double
that
bluffs when it
No,
comes
that
to
was-
like
that was-
hesitation to do
that was-
things. Like if you're so quick and eager to do something versus like
Yeah. Mine's
yeah.
a folded one with
But like
those, I think.
bluffing on that, like
This?
it could get real meta.
That one.
This one.
Yep. All right.
So what if... Have you played Niagara?
Yes, with you.
So you've got the paddles.
I think I might have gotten luckier on yours than I am giving
Well,
myself
but if you
credit for.
if you know all the other ones, so that's what I'm wondering. Is
I knew-
like,
yeah, I
did
knew you
did
weren't
I
blue.
do something to give myself up, or was I just the last one? Was like, oh well, John's left over, Green's left over.
I knew he was blue. I think we all knew he was blue pretty quickly. Well, I guess you guys didn't because it was a 50-50 for you. I only knew because I was purple. But knew he was,
Yeah. Because
I knew he was blue. I also knew NPC was red because of the way that nobody was like capitalizing on the stuff that I was doing. I knew that NPC was red. I knew I was purple. With you, and I already knew the discussion between orange or yellow for you. I think it might have been more a process of elimination that like, and I had one specific a scoring moment where like you cared a lot about either orange or green, but then I felt pretty strongly that he was either yellow or orange. Yeah. So I guess I could have misread that, but then again there was another orange and green moment. So maybe it's a little bit luckier than I thought.
anyway,
I also took special notice the first half of the game not to move orange once.
yeah.
Like I made sure that I wasn't going to move.
Well, that's what Lane
no
did.
matter
Yeah.
what.
That's what Lane did.
I think I only moved purple
I-
twice in the whole game.
But that's because he was scoring it for you.
Yeah, he was.
I
Well,
had to take initiative because no one was pushing points for purple, but he was trying to score those so evenly.
I did get very lucky with how much he was helping me.
Yeah.
But there was a couple times when purple was kind of like low because I think most people either assumed it was him or it was an NPC that like blue or purple was like one or the other. There was a couple times where it just kind of sat there, and I had to be pretty sneaky about when I brought it up out of the depths, and so I actually felt pretty good about my game. Like I admit,
And that was good because by that point I was already sold that you were red.
yes, and that was actually what I was banking on. So like I 100% agree that he helped me a lot.
Yeah.
But I also did feel like I had played it well enough to that point where I then could start to move it forward and get it out of like dire situations and even like get it up to really high scoring points and not have anybody worry that it was going to happen. So
And the fact that we can talk this passionately about this
a
simple of a
20-minute
game for
I think already says, yeah. Okay. Let's vote.
By the way, Cromer also did That's Life, or Fairflixed. You guys got to play it.
Okay.
It's good. Anyway, okay. So if we were actually voting, we're not going to get the dry erase boards out, but hold up a 1 for the first game and a 2 for the second game. You got your votes ready?
Ready.
Oh.
I just feel like while Heimlich Co does so many things that I find interesting and well done, if I were to recommend one of these two to the general populace, I would probably recommend this because of how novel of an experience it is.
No.
And because I could see a lot of people playing Heimlich Co the first time and not seeing all the nuances and just being like, that's it.
Have
Yeah.
you introduced
Cool.
people to the game though?
No,
Or
I
had you
haven't.
played it before?
I played it before.
Okay.
But like even like reading the rules, a lot of people could be like, no, that's okay.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't seem like it has much to it.
Right.
Whereas this, I feel like, is an experience, and I like sharing experiences with people. And so to point someone to an experience, even if they don't enjoy it, I feel like it would be an experience that's at least memorable.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's funny. I feel like our reasoning is the exact same, and yet it flips the game. Like, I feel like they're both great, and I really loved that experience. But because I would want to like show people something that I feel like they could like get behind, like I actually feel like Heimlich Co. I could just kind of like set in front of people, and pretty quickly you get like what the tension is. It's like you don't know much about games, or you don't know much about this game, but like very quickly you're like, I don't want people to guess correctly. I'm also trying to figure out what they. Yeah.
Is another way to say what you guys are saying, and maybe this is not, but you could easily dismiss Heimlich Co. You also could easily dismiss Sherlock Holmes, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, but you would say don't dismiss Sherlock Holmes, and you would say don't dismiss Heimlich Co.
Yeah, when I also think like I think of Sherlock Holmes, and I'm trying to think of like who I could realistically recommend it to, and then the list is much more narrow. You know, like it's harder for me to be like, here's the type of person who would want to sit down and like think through this stuff and like not get bored with it and like not kind of give up or like throw in the the towel. It's like it requires a certain level of like desire for this type of game and patience for it, and I think it rewards it, which is awesome for a game this old. I don't think that there's wasted. Like I've played other games, even thinking of some Hidden Trader, like the Scotland Yard. Is that the one with like the Mr. X?
Yep.
Yeah, like that to me, like it. While it had some fun moments, it like didn't feel like it fully rewarded you for like every bit you put in. This actually did, like throughout the whole process. So I do agree, but like I almost go about it the other way. Where I was like, I could put Heimlich Co. in front of 100 people, and I think 80 of them would like it quite a bit and just like get it pretty quickly as well. Whereas like I feel like put it in front of 100 people, this like maybe like 30 or 40 would be like nice,
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. I think it's just a personal preference thing. Like, it's awesome. It almost feels like it falls into that category of movies. I'm not a big movie watcher, but every time I go to the theater or take the time to watch a movie here, I'm like, that was awesome. Why don't I do this more? And I feel the same way. Like, that was so cool. Why don't I do this more? But I don't do it more. And whereas with like Heimlich Co., like there's a game night, there's a decent chance I've got that in my bag because I want to play it with people. And so it's just kind of a personal inclination, not necessarily an evaluation of quality of experience.
Totally. It's funny given where our drive over here, we literally were having a discussion about like watching a movie versus like sitting down and watching a TV show, and I feel like it actually kind of applies to this discussion as well. But
yeah,
just all come full circle.
Yeah.
I like to be intentional with what I do, and I feel like this is a much more intentional product
For sure.
than Heimlich Co.
Yeah.
But your points are both valid, and I don't feel like I need to defend my point any further.
Sure.
Totally.
But it's just like, yeah, like this is just, I don't know. Like it's hard to put into words, but like Heimlich Co. I'd gladly play it again. I'm sure a lot of people would really enjoy it. But could I get that similar-esque experience from other board games? Like, whereas this I feel like is a much more intentional experience. Like, you go into this wanting something specific.
Yeah.
And you're going to get it.
Yep.
It's a good point. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a good point. But it's all irrelevant because Heimlich Co. is moving on. It also, we voted it 2-1. It would have advanced anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
One takeaway that I'm really glad is I won't shy away from playing this 3-player.
Yeah.
I was like, in my mind, I was convinced that it was a best 2-player or 1-player, but I'm not going to do 1-player, but 2-player. But absolutely, 3-player is great.
I would actually say if somebody was like, hey, we're going to play Sherlock Holmes, we can either play it at 2 or at 4. I actually think I would probably say 4. I think I would even shy away from 2. That like feels like kind of a lot of pressure, I guess, because it felt a little like I looked at that newspaper. We got got like 80 entries to that, and 2 of them were relevant. It feels a little needle in a haystacky, but like having 4, I'd feel more confident. Like, okay, good, it's not all on me. Somebody can be reading this while the rest of us are talking about a thing and identify something that we missed. But
Cool.
Yep. Sweet.
Good wrap up.
It's done.
Wrapper.
Yep.
Okay. Well, thanks everyone for watching.
Check us out on Patreon.
in the-
Patreon.com/Game Night Frenemies.
You're amazing, and just remember that. All right, we'll see you.
I'm gonna go watch this just for that affirmation.